This is going to be a short stream. It's only going to be 3 to 4 hours. Future players, quote me on this. Short stream. Short stream, guys. Short stream. Let me move this over and figure out where was the last time I did a lore video. Because again, this is not going to be as good as my original lore video. Because I don't have a trillion sources pulled up. Okay. And let me swap this to boom. And boom. Okay, so I wanted to go on a rant about the lore again. Because people were discussing the lore and how it's influenced, and people don't know the lore about this game. I don't blame you. The lore is dog shit. The lore is complete dog shit. Sup. So I'm going to start recording. Again, I want you to go with me. Any of you lore crafts? Everything again. But my original video is 10 times better. Okay, let me start recording here. To no viewers, because I'm just gonna rant and foam at the mouth at how dog shit this lore is. So, let me start recording right about... Okay, now. So, greetings. There's not a lot of people right now, because people were talking about the lore and blah blah blah. And it frustrates me to see how many people are wrong about the lore. So, or don't read the lore. I don't blame them. The lore is dog shit. So before I start off this video, if you want an actual in-depth lore video, bunny, this video 8 months ago with almost 7,300 views. Entire lore and every character summarized in one stream. This video is not as good as my old video. It's not even close. Why is this lore video so good? Because I had people talk to me about the lore during this stream, and I went over sources. I went over every unit, and I went over the actual Lovecraftian books it is inspired from. I cannot compete with old flares. Past flares got like 20 different sources already. For all you fucking retards and read slowly. This is more of a raged lore video, critiquing how dog shit the lore is. I know the lore. I read the lore. I do lore reading streams back then. I made videos on the lore. Okay? It's dog shit. If you think this is good storytelling, read a real book. I know that Harry Potter is controversial. Harry Potter is a better story than most of these stories. These are all contrived plot points from various other games, and it's not even as good. If you want a real lore-based game, you're not playing Morimens. You're playing Limbus. You're playing Fate Grand Order. You're playing any other game other than this dog shit lore storyline. And there's a lot of reasons why the lore is dog shit. It gets worse as the time goes by because of the budget issues and end of service. I know what I'm talking about. When I critique something, I learn about it just so I can shit on it, okay? I'm fucking Mark Wahlberg from the other guys, and I'm Vietnamese. I know he beat the shit out of some Vietnamese people when he was younger, dude. I don't give a fuck. Like him and the other guys, when he was learning ballet to shit on all those nerdy theater kids, I'm that type of person. When I'm about to meme on something, I make sure I'm qualified to talk about it when I shit on it. Okay, that's why I read gossip, celebrity gossip and all that. I like Glee. Okay, you might not notice, I watch Glee. Why? I like the songs and the music. So I can shit on the stupid storylines, okay? You know what else I watch? Sabrina, the Magical Witch. So I can shit on it. You know what else I just watched? Supergirl. So I can shit on it, how it's bad compared to the original comic book. I torture myself for your entertainment, okay? That's the person I am, IRL. I don't just go into somebody. Like, when people were shitting on Twilight, I had to go and read the Twilight books. Okay? So I can shit on it. That's the person you have to be. So this is past flares here. Past flares here. In the story. I went over all the stories. I read all the stories. I put up sources. I read up each and every one of them. So let's stop this. Past flares. If you want actual sources, I'm gonna go over some of them during this stream. How long will this stream be? 3, 4 hours, 5 hours. I need to go to eat with my family because it is Sunday. We're going to church. So when the rest of my family comes over and we all have to go to church, have a really big family, okay? Really big family. We're going to church and we're going out to eat. Then I'll be back streaming D-Tide. This is what happens every Sunday. I wish D-Tide was not on Sunday. I wish it was on Saturday because I'm a church-going, God-fearing Catholic man. So, back to the game. Let me quickly recap the main premise in Arc 1 and why it's dog shit. So let me take a big drink. And let me recap again. But more angry than Past Flares. Past Flares was slightly less angry. Because Past Flares didn't have to deal with all you fucking retards not knowing the lore when you're shitting on it or praising it. These guys praising the lore? What fucking books have you fucking read? Holy shit! Can't you even read if you think this is good? First off, the entire premise of the story, the first few chapters were better production values. They set up a lot of things quite well. Chapters 1 through 3, and then after chapter 3, you notice a steep decline in writing quality. Why? I covered it last time in development history. After chapter 7, they all thought they were going to have to shut the game down. For the first year and a half, they made no money. They have never had a single month where they made profit when they launched the game. Check the Steam charts. Check everything. They haven't made money until half Annie of this year. They're only kept on by investors. So after chapter 7, since Caribou's going to come out soon, after chapter 7, they rushed the story and ended it really quick. That's why there's a huge change of pace in the pacing of the story, which I'll go over while I'm recapping the story. So, spoiler alert, chapter 7 was supposed to be the start of an adventure. Like those stupid fucking adventures in every fucking anime, every fucking game, where you have to go and collect the Dragon Balls. You know what I'm talking about. Collecting the Dragon Balls. That's the whole gimmick of chapter 9. Where you combine all of the gimmicks of the previous chapters. Now, you notice that we went from Dai's gimmick, and then we got all the other gimmicks. The original plan was after you grab Dai's gimmick, the breeding gimmick, you get a chapter devoted to the other entities, the 3 entities or however many there are. And blah, blah, blah. You collect the Dragon Balls. You collect the pieces of the Triforce. You collect the Chaos Emeralds. Do you understand what I'm saying? That was the premise. So, fuck all that, they said. And we're going to give you all of it. You have all of the solutions. They're the protagonists. And they ended it because they don't know if they're going to EOS. That's why in chapter 9, instead of having multiple story chapters, you just fought the same boss several times in a row. If you're wondering why the pacing's so bad, that is why. The game was going to end, so they rushed it. So the writing went downhill. Caribou and a bunch of other units were going to come out then. So, let's go over the premise of the story for all you guys. You are a student. You are special. Just like CCN, just like Limbus, just like Faye, just like all the other stories. You're a special boy or girl. You're a special little snowflake. You're a special little child. Okay? You are so special. so very special. You got accepted into Mythic University. This very special university. And why are you special? Well, in Mythic University, everyone is a fucking investigator, and they're saving the world against eldritch SCP monstrosities, Lovecraftian monsters from beyond the pale, which I'll go over in a second. You're very special. Why? Like in Fate, like in Limbus, like in every other fucking gotcha game and thing. Every fucking other gotcha game, you're super special. You can have multiple awakeners. That's right. Every other keeper has to enforce strict monogamy. You have an entire orgy of units you can link to. Because you're special. That is your superpower. You're not smarter than anyone else. Like Ramona is smarter than you. You slack off on your homework. And guess what? While you're hunting all these special monstrosities, you're going to a fucking school. What kind of fucking retarded ass plot is this? Make us join a fucking agency. On the job training. Why not make us a fucking intern? Why don't have us work for KPMG? Work for a company. Work for an SCP company. No, you're a student. You have homework by day, and you save the world by night. Oh, you're so special. You're so very special, protagonist keeper. But I knew you just saved the entire town of Londinium. That's the setting. Londinium. It's London. I just blew your minds. If I was another fucking content creator, I'd be like, you won't believe, you cannot believe what Londinium is based on. You would not believe. If I was retarded like Kaylee or someone, oh my gosh, Londinium? It's London, but steampunk. I just blew your minds. So all these settings are based on real life world settings. Some of them are very low hanging fruit. This is London. That's why there are smelly orphans running about. So that is the setting. We go to this special school, and we are a special little boy. Or girl. I don't discriminate. But how does it tie together with the raid events, the story? So all of you guys have been slightly spoiled. So how do they tie in that there's other keepers? Because it's all canon. All of you guys are special, okay? I'm not special. We're all special. Some of us are special because we clear content. Some of us are special because we're in special ed. Like Kaylee and other fucking retards who make guides. So, there's all these universes are canon. Everyone. Every single one of you are canon watching this video. You are all special little viewers. Because there's a multiverse that they showed after Chapter 9. There's a multiverse. So all of us are special in our little self-contained multiverse. And during the raid, we all come together. That's why some of the raid concept arts, which I'll show here, library, and all the raid concept arts has you and 1 trillion other keepers just holding hands. Because we're all special. Because we can be gender fluid. We can be a girl in one universe. One keeper uses ECOG to chug his way through the story. Other people don't. You're all special. We're all canon here. You all make your own canon here. And that's how they make the G units. Spoiler alert. All the G units are from different universe. But I'm going to talk over the main universe first. That's how special we are. That's how super special we are. So, in this school, in this university, which is a garbage setting, which I'll establish for 100 times, because again, we're saving the world, and several times in the story, Ramona's like, don't cheat off my homework. You need to do your real homework, keeper. I'm a girl. I'm a special girl. Just like you're a special boy or girl, I'm also special. But I'm smarter than you. Oh yeah, she's also special, by the way, guys. But that's why she's an awakener. You ever notice why we link up with her? Because she's also special. And that's a plot point. But that I hate, we have to do our fucking homework. We just saved the homework, doll. We just saved the world, Sylvie or Silva. Why do we have to do homework? We clearly know what we're fucking doing. Give us a break. There's summer break. All this school setting is fucking garbage writing. So, Mithag University was founded by 3 founders, which I'll go into the lore right now and show you. Character. So, Alistair was one of the founders of Mithag. Ward Phillips' protege. And these 3 founders, which will be forgotten. You don't need to know this lore. This is useless lore. All the lore settings they set up in the first 3 to 5 chapters don't matter. We're in another universe in Arc 2. All the lore are completely unresolved for 2.5 years, 3 years. So in the first 5 chapters of reading the game, you can just ignore it. You can just ignore all the first five chapters of the game. It doesn't matter. In case you were curious, it's never touched upon again. They abandoned a lot of plot threads. It might come back as a side story, but it's all worthless. Like how Herbert is evil, this big evil guy. Yeah, don't you worry about it. Doesn't matter. He only comes up a few names. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Alistar. Doesn't matter. Yeah, but the university was founded by Will and 2 other fucks. No, doesn't matter. Will is hidden underneath the basement. So how do you summon these awakeners and units? You go to the basement and there's this black pool. This Lovecraftian black pool. So you grab the silver card, the silver core of a dead unit or a person. You plop it in the black pool and out comes an entity. And out comes an entity that will serve you or connect with you. And let me show chat, because I am live streaming right now, so I'll show chat as well to all those people watching the live stream or watching the VOD of this. And boom, there you go. There's chat. Say hi, chat, to anyone watching this lore video. I don't know why you would, but here. But the black pool, the silver core, all that. Let me explain to you briefly in Flair's terms, or world building. So, this is the timeline. This is new. Used to be, doesn't make sense, but they made a timeline. Blah, 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 ancient civilizations, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years. There are more years in this. They can't make a timeline that makes sense. They can't make a timeline that makes sense, okay? All these factions, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter right now. All this, I will go over. Doesn't matter. They abandon it after a chapter or 2 for most cases. So how are Awakeners or Keepers made? I need to set up the lore. How are all these units made? All these sexy units. Okay? So, the main way 90% of the units we collect are, they die. They die, we resurrect them like Jesus fucking Christ. I'm Catholic, so I can say that. We resurrect them. So that's why it's a meme in the early part of the community. If you like a character, you wish for them to die in the story. Because usually, for most of these units, they die in the story, helping us or saving us in some way. In some way, and they leave behind a silver core, which we plop in the black pool, and they come back with superpowers. So, I'm going to spoil you guys throughout this video, because I'm going to recap all the story, because you guys aren't reading the story, because it's dog shit. So, Jenkins, for example, didn't have rat superpowers. After we brought him back, they have rat superpowers. A lot of these units didn't have superpowers before we resurrect them. Minus Aegis, she's like a minor superpower. We killed them, or they die tragically, and they come back. And they come back, and they have superpowers. That is the main way 90% of the units exist as Awakeners. What are the other 10% flayers? They're either Eldritch Gods or entities. They're either dirty fucking aliens from another planet, and they should be deported. I'm calling ice on you. I know who you are. I'm calling ice on you. You're going to be put in a deportation center, and you're going to enjoy it. Dirty aliens have no place on my planet. Except for Winkle. She's okay. She can stay. So, 24. That is another place where you can get Awakeners. Dirty aliens. Also, who else can be an Awakener? Besides people that die, or Eldritch Gods, or dirty aliens. You get experimented on, like 24. That's another way to become an Awakener. You get experimented on. Another way, since someone brought up Alva. Oh yeah, 24 got experimented on and tortured by the evil organization. I'll go over that later when her chapter comes. How else do you become an Awakener? Like Alva. You find an Eldritch God or entity, and you form a connection with them, and they give you superpowers. If an already superpower Eldritch God or entity gives you superpowers, you also become an Awakener. That's what happened with Alva, and to some extent, other entities you encounter in the story. I'm not going to spoil too much here. So, that is how you become an Awakener. Most of the times, they die and they come back. They die and they come back. That's the easy way to explain it. They die and come back, or they get superpowers from another thing, like Tulu. Tulu got superpowers. Okay? Or alien infection like Clem. Also, alien infection also works. Like the Venom from Spider-Man. Like the symbiote from Spider-Man, that's another way to get superpowers. I'm going to call them superpowers because that's basically what it is. So, let me recap real quick what happens every chapter. Chapter 1, prologue. You join the school. Also, oh yeah, the main purpose of you saving the world. The dissolution. Ooh, it was good early on. It's bullshit in the later storylines. So what is the dissolution? As you know from the trailer or the opening chapter, when you die from the D-type entities, or you get wiped away or infected by the dissolution. Spooky, spooky, spooky. In Lovecraftian faction, your existence is wiped from the universe. Everyone forgets who you are. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. That's why a lot of the chapters and trailers have, like, people's names and records getting deleted. And it's sort of stupid. It's sort of stupid because what Mythbag do is you write your name on a tombstone. That's the character creation. That's the naming stage. When you get dissoluted, your name magically disappears and becomes illegible. People can't read it because you no longer exist. This brings up a lot of plot point which I ranted about in my past lore video. Dude, imagine having a high school yearbook or a college yearbook. Okay? You open it up and half of the entries are just other students blank. Their face is gone, their name's gone. You're like, huh, I got a lot of them got dissoluted. Yeah, that's what happens to get dissoluted. Everyone forgets about you, and any written article about you, their name just gets smudges. Also, you guys read Jujutsu Kaisen, which brings me into chapters 1 and chapter 2. Everyone knows JJK, Jujutsu Kaisen, a popular, fast-paced anime manga story. So every Awakener, if they're strong enough, can do a domain expansion. And that's what most of these chapters takes place in. Makes most of the side story chapters. You go into someone's domain expansion and you try to solve it or close it up. It is the easiest way I can describe it to you. The domain expansion of most Awakeners or entities. So that's what the D-Tides are based on. You know, alert 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's canon in story. So let me go to the actual canon story. Library, world building, I think. And nope, not here. Encyclopedia. There we go. D-Riff. So this is the lore behind D-Tide. Normally, it wasn't going to be alert 1 through 5. D-Tides, or D-Riffs, are classified into C, B, A, S, SS, or SS tier. Which I don't understand how they didn't rewrite this piece of lore. So that's what the D-Tides are. You go into a riff, you close it. You close the domain expansion. This is the lore with your silver key. I don't know why they didn't rename it with the new D-Tide reworks into this. But that's why the lore is dog shit. That's another reason why the lore is dog shit. They make all these side plots that they don't tie in or is never mentioned again. Don't believe me? Just go ahead and read this. If you read for the story and see how often it comes up or how often it is negated or, contradicted. Oh, also, there's power levels. It's rarely mentioned in the story. Bye, guys. You guys know Dragon Ball. So, every Awakener has a power level. Where do you find their power levels? Here, under Archives, their lore canon power level, otherwise known as Gnostic Index. It determines the amount of Gnostic the power they have. Tulu has an extremely high power level because he is part God in the lore. So these are the canon power levels for the Awakeners. And Doricine is supposed to have a very high power level. Yeah, 37.5. He's stronger than Gaff. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Whereas other units, like Tawil, have immeasurable. Tawil in lore is one of the strongest unit in the game. Because her power level is immeasurable. Because she's a goddess. So, they're also eldritch entities and gods. So, Arc 1, we fight one god. So, let's go over Chapter 1. What happens? Our first mission. We go in, we fight fucking orphans and all of these shit. We fight these dogs, we help Jenkins, blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Our first mission. All the way to the end where we save Aegis. So, let me give you the recap. It's the standard orphanage, bad orphanage story. So, this good orphanage was evil all along. I can't believe they made this plot point in a poor setting like London. They made the orphanage turn out to be evil, a front, experiments. Yes, they Oliver Twist the situation. It's an Oliver Twist. It's a fucking series of unfortunate events. It's a 99% of any story in the UK. Those fucking British fucks. The orphanage is evil. Those you guys who are from the UK or are British, knows I'm right. Anytime there's an orphanage and it takes place in the UK, it's evil. If it's not evil, it's not a popular story. I don't know what's up with you guys over the pond. You inferior little specimens to my amazing American lineage. All of you British UK people just love your tormenting orphans. Every time there's an orphan, there's an evil orphanage. Not a single good orphanage story I have ever read came out of the UK. Name me a couple of orphan stories in the UK. All of them are bad, dark, and depressing. Why? What is wrong with you guys? What is wrong with you guys? There's a reason why all the good, happy stories just happen to people who are rich all along. You can't have an orphan climb up from rags to riches now, can you? Fucking dirty Brits. You can't have a good rags from riches anytime there's a special little boy from an orphanage in one of those orphan British stories. Oh, he's so special. Oh, he's so special. He gets stronger. He lit the thing, and then boom. Child of Destiny. Actually, he wasn't a dirty little orphan all along. Thank God. Thank God. He wasn't an orphan. He wasn't an average Joe who climbed rags from riches like a true American. Oh, you dirty fucking Brits. I hate you. I hate anyone that's not American. Embrace freedom, motherfucker. Embrace freedom. We have Bruce Wayne here. That's a good orphan. That's a good orphan. You have Oliver Twist. Bruce Wayne will fold Oliver Twist in half. Okay? That's an example of a good orphan. So, all of you special little orphans, rags from riches, doesn't exist. Turns out, they were a child of destiny all along. Good thing they didn't have that dirty orphan blood in them. We can't have our population think that anyone with dirty orphan blood can become a hero, can we? I just want to rant about all the UK stories. Just let the rags from riches protagonist be a normal person who is extremely skilled and gifted. Don't let them be a child of destiny. Don't let them be a special noble who was abandoned. Just make them a regular orphan. How hard is that? I know you can't get this for your fucking dirty British mind who thinks like noble blood is all that matters. No. Your grit is what matters. Meritocracy. America. Now, back to the story. This orphanage was evil. They took in all these dirty little ragtag orphans and they sold them like Promised Neverland style. They experimented on by these sculptors. Ooh, the main bad guys that hardly appears. And they get experimented and tortured on. So they get implanted with Lovecraftian stuff to try to make an awakener. That's why the sculptors are experimenting on little orphans. Because they want to make their own awakeners. Okay? They want to make their own awakeners. So they have these orphans and they kill them. Spoiler alert. And one of Aegis' best friend, a boy who's very brave in the story. I'm going to name him Tung. Because that's how I read his name. I can't pronounce his name. So I use a Vietnamese name for him. Tung. He dies. And Aegis gets mad. She gets experimented on. That's why she's a Lovecraftian monster thingy. And let me go to Aegis' lore real quick. Let me open up the Brave browser. And Aegis, like every unit, let me Control Z. Like every unit here, do this, hold up, open this up. So every unit or awakener, by the way, is based on a creature from Lovecraftian lore. So, great old ones. I think it's the Gynatoa. Again, just people who are more read in Lovecraftian lore, just type down who each awakener is based on while I search this up. Whatever, it takes too long. So Cthulhu Mythos, there's a entities, and she is a eldritch monster from Lovecraftian lore that petrifies. The name is Ghan, and then 20 more letters after that. I can't pronounce it. No one can pronounce it. That's the whole point. So that's the creature that was grafted onto Aegis. On the boss, it's the whatever. The Ghanaians. I don't know how to pronounce it, dude. I don't know how to pronounce it. You guys gotta help me out with this. Because there's a Lovecraftian wiki I pulled up. I just don't know how to spell these monsters. Now, past players knew. Oh, I found it. Quickly, I found it. There we go. So, let me pull it up. Again, the Utter Lore video, I had all this ready. So, this was the creature that Aegis is based on. It petrifies things, and that's why she can stun. So, the oh, that's wrong. I thought it was GHN. It's Gatanatoa. So, this is the creature grafted on to Aegis. So, there you go. You learn something. This is a little cute Aegis. This is what she's based on. Every unit is based on some kind of Lovecraftian creature or a short story or some bullshit. So, that's arc 1. She's experimented on, and then she wants to die. We fight her. She evolves. Touching story. She falls out of a clock tower window. She dies. Everyone forgets her except for Jenkins, who also dies. So you grab their little silver cores from their dead corpses, and you plop them into the black pool, and they're back. No one from the orphanage remembers them, though. Also, she likes candy. That's also a plot point. I don't care. I'm just going to speed through this. Speeding through this. Chapter 2. More on that chapter. We track down the experimenters. More of the sculptors. We find Pandia, who leads a weird little fuck museum. And she's a BDSM person. And we meet 24. The best success of these sculptors into making an awakener without killing someone. That's 24. How did they do it? They drove her insane. She has 24 personalities. That's why she's called 24. Because there are 24 versions of her. There's Cat 24. There's Angry 24. There's Flares 24, who cusses you out and uses slurs. That's the Flares 24, the sexy 24. There is the innocent 24. There's the child 24. There's the dog 24. There's a lot of 24s. And that's why all of her hands are choking the fuck out of her. And during this chapter, Jenkins is trying to find her sister. Spoiler alert, it's one of the 24s. It is Jenkins' adoptive sister, which I'll go over when I'm discussing the individual lore for each unit. So I'm just going over the chapter. The individual lore for each unit, I'll do it later. So, we find out. Doesn't matter anymore. Plot point drop immediately. So we find Lei, a vampire who hunts down homeless people. That's all you need to know about her for now. I'll go over her lore later, like I used to. Then we fight these more monsters. More monsters. Fight more monsters. Fight more monsters. Fight more monsters. Blah, 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 blah. And then they're doing oh no! We need to save this orphan boy, Roger, who's being kidnapped by the wax people. Oh, there's jumps between scenes. So as we're going through the chapter, it feels like time is of the essence. There's this little boy we gotta save. This little boy. And we get the story from the boy's perspective until, spoiler alert, they did a Witcher Season 1 Netflix plot point where it's revealed that little boy is not the boy we're trying to save. That little boy was a flashback from 20, 30 years ago. That's right, they did a Witcher time jump thing that was revealed. It was a time jump all along. That little boy is actually the main villain. He was captured by the original serial killer, and then he became the serial killer. Roger. And he has a creepy little puppet. That is the lore. That is the entire premise of this chapter. It is revealed that the boy we're trying to save, Roger, was the villain all along. And we were just experiencing flashbacks from before. And I'm going to try to find Roger here. Sup. Where is Roger? It's in one of these tabs. I never remember which. Oh, here we go. There it was George. No, George is Roger's doll. So this is the creepy little doll that has D tied inside of it. He has like fucking slime inside of it, and it's a living doll. George. This is George, his little creepy puppet. Also, during that chapter, we meet Coom. Meet Coom either this chapter or next chapter. So, Coom is a bad 24. So they Full Metal Alchemist her. In case you don't know what I mean about Full Metal Alchemist, Edward. That's what happened here. So they combined like a girl with a bunch of animals and dogs, and it became Coom. They Full Metal Alchemist this fucking creature. And nothing is original in this story. By the way, guys, nothing is original. They Full Metal Alchemist, because that's what I'm used as a fucking verb. They Full Metal Alchemist a random girl, which you meet in the storyline with dogs and creatures, and that's what happened to Coom. And it's revealed later, touchingly, like, oh no, Lisa. And Coom, after we fight him, is so calm. Yeah, they fucking Coomed her. They fucking made her into a Full Metal Alchemist monstrosity. Nothing is original here, folks. Where is Roger? They usually have the portrait in one of these things. Here we go. This is the creepy little fuck with the puppet that we're against. Yeah, a wax sculptor. Blah, blah, blah. Transcending his mother. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. One of the bad guys. Only for that chapter, though. It's fucking Marvel. Villain of the week. So, chapter 3. More Roger, but we meet Hellet. And Lotan fights Hellet. So I'm going to briefly go over the same plot point here and Lily. Also meet Lily. Okay, so Hellet. What is Hellet and Gellet? They're dirty slaves. That's right. Spoiler alert. Like in every Eastern piece of fiction, there are slaves. Slaves come up frequently in the storyline. And they're almost always girls. 90% of the slaves are just sexy girls in slave outfits. Because that's what you degenerates want from a storyline. Don't lie to me, you greedy fucks. That's why every anime has the protagonist rescuing a slave girl. And for no explicable reason, they're still dressed as a slave afterwards. They're still dressed as a slave after you rescue them. Because you guys are sick fucks. You guys watch Jobless Reincarnation. You guys watch Legend of the Shield Hero. You guys watch the Slime anime. 90% of the anime or web novels, you're rescuing a fucking slave girl and you fuck her. And it's okay because you're a good slave owner. It's the same here. You're the good slave owner. So, Hellet, a battle slave. She fights Lotan. Lotan mogs her. She goes and finds her true destiny somewhere. Doesn't matter. Irrelevant. Lily, hospital, experimented on by a scientist or a MILF lady. Oh yeah, also Elliot goes crazy, transforms, we tame her. So Lily's storyline goes all the way into chapter 4. And what some people consider an emotional storyline if they were 8 years old. If you've never read anything else, this will be an emotional storyline for you, I'm sure. I'm sure because you don't read. You don't read real books. You don't read real games. And don't you lie to me. if your heart was moved by this, I know you don't read. I know you don't read. Because this is the most basic ass storyline you've ever encountered in your life. So, the premise, there's this insane asylum with the good Clem, the not dog shit insect Clem, is a part of. So, there's Francis and there's Clem, the original MILF. So, Francis, everyone loves Francis, everyone wants her to become an awakener. Who is Francis? Spoiler alert, Lily's mom. She is a canon MILF in the storyline. Now, most of you guys from other games will be applaud, and you guys are quitting Morimens en masse. Because I know other gacha game players from East. You can't have a mom have a daughter that's biologically related, is always adopted. Because if she has a daughter, that would imply she has sex. We can't have these fucking MILF, these fucking women have sex outside the protagonist now, can we, folks? And if you lie to me, I know all about the drama from the other gacha games. They're making from Genshin, anytime there's a person with a kid, it's almost always adopted. Hey, my husband and I have this kid, don't worry, she's adopted. We've never heard of sex before. I don't know why it's so common in all the gacha games to have this a plot point. 90%, you know I'm right. If you don't know, you're watching Kaylee's video because you're a fucking mouth-breathing retard. All gacha games have the same plot. If there's a mom, the child's adopted, she's fucking the Virgin Mary. Why are you guys such freaks? Women can have sex. They can goon just as much as we can, if not more. You know how I know? Because they're more degenerate than the average dude. Don't tell me you guys aren't. If you're a girl watching this video, I know about your fucking dirty ass fan fictions you made. I know your dirty ass fan fictions. Because I know the love and deep space community. Okay? You guys are worse. You guys are disgusting. If you're a girl watching this video, don't you lie to me, you motherfucker. Don't you lie to me. You goon just as much, if not harder, than the average dude. If only the average fucking virgin incel knows the average girl, you guys are all sick. You guys are sick. You know why? I have relatives. Have you ever seen the inside of a woman's bathroom? Have you ever known? You guys are sick. Sick, dirty, degenerates. You guys are not better than us. You just hide it better. Okay? So, I don't know why. This is a common plot point. Not in this storyline. She has sex with her husband, Francis. Oh no, Francis is the name of the thing. So, I don't know, they fixed the translation. Francis is a girl. So they used the wrong pronouns frequently in that chapter when I read it. Because they use AI translations. So I don't know if they fixed it yet. I'm not sure because I haven't read the story again. Obviously, I read it once. It was dog shit. I don't want to torture my fucking eyes again. So those guys can confirm if they fixed it or not. But they misgendered her frequently. Here we go. Francis. The original crazy MILF. So, she's experimenting in this insane asylum. So, in this insane asylum, they use these fucking retarded people. And I can say that this time, because they're literal retarded people in this mental facility. So, the patients here are either retarded, they follow Kaylee's guides, so everyone in the asylum is retarded. And they're on life support. So, what are they doing? So, they have a genius idea to chain awakeners to these retarded fucks. And that's a plot point. So these mentally ill people, they hold awakeners. So awakeners need to be linked to a keeper or an owner to not disappear. So if they don't have enough students, they just link these awakeners to these retarded people. in the insane asylum. So yeah, that's a dark, depressing part of the story. I don't give a fuck. That is smart. WDevs, that is a good plot point. So, during this, she experiments on Lily, causing her pain to resurrect her dead daughter, who died to the D-Tide. So, she went on a multi-arc journey through, like, cultists, like, secret organizations, which is like Miriam's organization, where she was locked in a cage, and she was saved by Lily and Awakener, and she was like, oh, I'll experiment on this little girl, Lily. And she experiments on her, causing her pain, treating her like her daughter, but she feels guilt doing this, but she really wants to figure out how to resurrect her dead daughter. So she tortures lovingly Lily, and Lily bears with the pain and pretends she does not feel pain to be a good little girl. Lily was like, it doesn't hurt, Mom. Blah, 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 blah. So that's the plot point of this chapter until the end, where Cerberus breaks in, the dimensional guy, because we interfered with the dimensions and stuff, and Cerberus is the keeper. And then it is revealed the mental block on her mind. The mental block in the mind. Yes. The mental block in Frances' mind unlocked, and she remembers Lily is her daughter. She came back as an awakener. She was torturing and experimenting on her daughter the entire time. Ooh. And she cries. It's so sad. And then there's a sad farewell. Lily and Frances are like, oh no. I knew all along, Mom. I let you torture me, experiment on me. But and then we fight Cerberus. Cerberus can't be killed. So she locks herself in a room for who knows how long, forever, and she fights Cerberus for all time to keep us safe. The end. Never brought up again. Now, a lot of people think that Frances is coming back as an Awakener anytime now, which is true. She can come back anytime now as an Awakener unit, because it's been 2 years, a little over 2 years since the story happened, so she could come back half dog, half woman, like Coom, Full Metal Alchemist style, fuse with Cerberus. But they haven't referenced it at all since. So that's this chapter in a nutshell. We find out Lily and Frances are actually mother and daughter for real. So yeah, that is this storyline. Is a pretty normal storyline of tragedies. Not that good, in my opinion. So chapters 5 and 6 is one big boat arc, like Berserk. You guys read Berserk? The 10-year boat arc, or however long it was, of hiatuses? This is the boat arc. Widely known as one of the most boring fucking arcs in the entire story. It's one of the worst arcs in the entire fucking story. It drags on so long. When I was reading it. It's not that bad if they condensed it into one chapter. I don't know why they made us be on a boat for 2 fucking chapters. It never ends. You're on that boat forever. I don't know why they think this is entertaining. It's like fucking Hunter x Hunter. Hunter x Hunter is also on a boat arc for 10 plus years. Why do you guys love these boat arcs? Do you guys actually enjoy these fucking boat arcs? Who wants the entire story to take place on a boat the entire time? So yeah, the boat arc of chapter 5 and 6 is not one chapter, it's 2 fucking chapters. You're on a boat, bitches. You're on a fucking boat. So, what happens on the boat? You're investigating a secret cult in Antarctica. Or whatever. And you're with a lot of Awakeners. And Tulu tags along. Tulu is a S-tier entity. Tulu is an S-tier Awakener. He never goes anywhere. He's fucking lazy fuck Awakener. But he decides, I'm coming along. Uncharacteristically. Why? because he has a lot to do to this entire boat arc, which past players in the old video explains better. But I need to explain this shortly because I'm running out of spit and water in my mouth. I need to take another big drink. Okay, I'm back. You fight this cult, Morimens cult, which is with Caucus and Goliath. So let me go into the backlog, the backstory in Morimens chapter. Technically, you should read Morimens chapter, which is a movie, the Morimens movie. It takes you like an hour or two to read all this. It's just a movie here. So let me go take you back to the past, Samurai Jack style. Abuya, rabuya, shababa. Wacha. So, thousands and 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 thousands of years ago, there's a kingdom known as Lemuria. Miriam was in the kingdom. That's this story. This is actually the only good story I actually liked. Miriam is the best story in the game. Miriam's story, this is the best story in the entire game. Nothing comes close. Miriam was selected in this country where religion is very important. And this Tulu stories plays into this too. So, this kingdom is blessed by a divine eldritch entity I called the Pussy God, because he's a pussy coward. The Pussy God. I'm going to name him, what's a dog shit pussy coward I can name him after? What's a dog shit pussy coward in fiction here I can name him after? One of the worst godlike entities I've ever read about. What do I name this entity because they were never given a name? Let me think for a second here. What do I hate? I hate a lot of fictional characters and stories. Oh yeah, here we go. Let's call him or her Sakura. Because Sakura is a bullshit character in Naruto. A badly written character, weak, inofficial, fucking coward. So Sakura is the eldritch entity they all worshipped here. So Sakura gives the blessing and prophecies to their king, the chosen one, the boy prince, or whatnot. This is where Tulu stories come in. Tulu is super special. So how do they choose their next king? Well, a bunch of little boys goes to class and they decide who's stronger in their prophecy dream walk stages. Tulu is the strongest boy of prophecy. He can commune, he sleeps for a long time, and he communes with Sakura, the cowardly pussy god. So, he receives visions of the future and divine prophecies, blah, 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 blah. And he becomes the boy king and prince, and he sleeps 90% of the time because he's so strong. He doesn't want to sleep. He's lazy because he's so powerful that, like, he needs to sleep 23 and a half hours for every 30 minutes he's awake because he overexerts himself. That's his power limit. So, Miriam becomes a priestess. She has a sister and a father. They're all poor. The kingdom is suffering. The kingdom is super poor. Everyone's starving. It's a horrible, horrible, horrible environment. To give you a perspective, I'm going to use a real world example here. This country is, let's say, there you go, North Korea. This is North Korea. They're all starving, malnourished people who worship the Kim Jongs, who think their rulers are gods, which is true. They have a very deep religion. They're a very authoritarian country, very large country, and horrible, horrible stuff happens all the time. And they think it's okay. People die all the fucking time. Rock size, the healthcare doesn't really exist. People get tortured. People are starving. There's not enough food. It is North Korea. So, but they have to worship Kim Jong-un because Kim Jong-un in this universe is a good person, but there's nothing he can do. So Miriam prays. She becomes a priestess. She doesn't really believe in all this, but she becomes a priestess just for good shelter, because it's what she's called for. It's her duty. Make her family and dad and sister proud. She doesn't really believe in religion. She's like an atheist, but she just goes along with it anyway. And she gets really good at it, blah, blah, blah. And towards the end of the country, it's all doomed. Her family dies. Her sister dies in a rock slide. Her father is severely injured. Blah, 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 blah. And then she becomes Mengele. You know that evil Nazi scientist? You know that evil Nazi scientist in World War II? She basically becomes Mengele, not to the extent of the Siscon Mengele from Girls Frontline, but to an extent. So she learned how to make people into fish people. All the fish people we fight in Arc 1, chapters 5, the sea chapters, they're all horrible human experiments. So what happens when you turn into these fish people? You become retarded. You become an ultra player. So all these fish people we fight are all canonically retarded. They were people. They were morphed and spliced into fish people. So she does this reluctantly, but then her father got severely injured. And then he was like, oh no, he's dying. So she turned him into a fish person. And he becomes retarded. And they're all swimming around in a little pond, all dark. And she got full deep into the religion. Now, Tulu does not let this all happen. Let them all think they're going to be saved. Because the religion is like, the Lemuria will rise again. You know, make America great again. Make Lemuria great again. It's a thing. They all believe in a prophecy that one day Tulu, the God King, will make them all rise again into an age of prosperity. They will make Lemuria rise again. So she starts buying into it as well. And why does Tulu make this happen? Because he saw the future. What is the future of Lemuria? Noah's Ark. They all drown in a flood. They all drown and die. There's nothing he can do to stop it. So he decides to lie to them about this great prophecy. That, hold on, it will all get better. We will rise again. So, when the great flood happens, he puts all of Lemuria into blissful sleep using his powers. So they all have happy dreams as they all drown to death. But Miriam his greatest priest, was super powerful. She was like, my king, what shall happen, Tulu? Don't worry. He doubles down on the lie. While the kingdom was all submerged and drowned. Yes, that's what happens, Limerick. He doubles down saying, don't worry. And he gives like a random bullshit prophecy that's not true. It was not submerged since its beginning. Read the Miriam story again. So, he gives her a prophecy that's fake. One day, I will rise again. I will come back because I'm Jesus. I will rise again, and you will all serve at my side. I will bring Lemuria back up to his former glory, and we will conquer the world. Blah, 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 blah. And Miriam dies believing this, and Toulouse resigns himself to his fate. the end of the Lemurian storyline in short. And what happens after? The Miriam chapter happens. The Miriam chapter happens, and we're going to go back to the deep dive. And it's thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years in the future. Kingdoms have risen and fallen. Technology came and go. And she was resurrected as an awakener by a random rich fuck. By a random rich fuck. Let's call him... what's a random rich fuck? Okay, Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein resurrects Miriam in this scenario. And Jeffrey Epstein was like, in his council of all the other billionaires and rich nobles, where he's going to use Miriam as a weapon to conquer the world and expand his kingdom. And Miriam, when she's resurrected, was like, oh my gosh, Tulu was right all along. She thought, yeah, if I watch my old video, you can skip the story. You can skip the story. I'm recapping literally everything. The old video recaps literally everything in autistic detail. I skim over a lot right now. So, Miriam was like resurrected thousands of years later as an awakener, and she has superpowers now. She makes snakes. She makes snakes. Poison snakes come out of her hands. And she has so many superpowers now. She's like, oh my gosh, Tulu was right all along. She's like one of the Nasarak minions from Overlord, Sasuke Ainsama, but with Tulu. She becomes super, super crazy, more crazy than usual, and worships Jesus as crazy. Like crazy. Worships Tulu, saying, he predicted all of this. I came back as an awakener. Now, Tulu had no idea what was going to happen. He had no idea about awakeners. He had no idea about all this shit. Because his god, Sakura, the cowardly god, stopped answering. So that is revealed later on the storyline. It might come up in the future. So, Tulu, the god king, he receives visions. Then, towards the end of his reign, he starts making shit up. Why does he start making shit up? Because he could see the future through his eldritch god entity, Sakura. So he saw the downfall of Lemuria and how it's going to drown. Later on, he receives no more visions. Never again. Why, Flayers? Because the eldritch god ran away. That's it. And why did the eldritch god run away? The pussy, cowardly Sakura run away? Because a bigger, stronger eldritch god came along. Now, there's lots of speculation in the Chinese community who the big, strong god is and who the god Tulu worshipped originally is. People think it's Cthulhu. It makes sense, but it's not confirmed. So, a bigger, stronger eldritch god came along, and the real god of Lemuria, which protected Lemuria and gave them superpowers for hundreds of years, was like, yeah, I'm out. See ya. And he ran away, tail tucked between his legs. So that's why Tulu resorted to lying about Lemuria becoming great again, because their god abandoned them. Because there's a bigger, stronger god. So yeah, that's whole lore. Miriam's back now. And Miriam, for a series of machinations and plans for 1 or 2 chapters in this long story, she eventually killed her master, became her own master because she's based. She somehow managed to surpass her limits through sheer blind faith and can link her own awakeners and make people awakeners. Other things that happen in this time frame that I'll skip over. She makes Goliath an awakener. Now Goliath, in his storyline, was the leader of his tribe, the Philistines, blah blah blah. And his rival, which everyone in China thirsts over. There's a lot of fan kits from him. People want him to be a unit. I'll show him. I always show him because The gay community loves this guy. The gay community in China loves this guy over Goliath. This is Goliath's rival. Now, they renamed him a few times. Let me try to find which one it is here. I wish there was a search bar. Here we go. Glenn. Eglen. So this guy is the twink. This is Goliath's rival. So Goliath's rival usurps him as head of his tribe, his clan. He's a slave, blah, blah, blah. Goliath escapes with his best friend, or his friend. He almost dies. He becomes a kingdom. Again, this guy has a lot of fan fiction and a lot of fan kits made for him in China. People have been thirsting for this guy as a unit for years. I don't know what's so special about Glenn, why people like him. But yeah, this is Glenn, and there's a lot of gay fanfics between him and Goliath. There's a lot of gay fanfics in the Chinese community over him and Goliath, where they hate fuck each other. It is not a good... And the fan kit for Glenn is that you're supposed to use him with Goliath. People have retconned them to be hateful, hate fucking. So yeah, this is Glenn. So Goliath asks for power from Miriam because Goliath sees Miriam has superpowers. What does Miriam do? Miriam knows that Goliath will betray her the second, but Miriam likes his power, so Miriam decapitates Goliath. She decapitates Goliath, then reattaches his head and resurrected him as an awakener. That's why Goliath has those scars on his neck, because Miriam cut his head off. In case you were curious on why Goliath has those scars on his head. Like this. You're not gay enough to understand. Yeah, I don't understand why people like Glenn's design so much. It's pretty basic to me. So, this is why Goliath's neck is like this. Miriam decapitates him and then gives him superpowers. The end. And Goliath is a himbo dumb guy who's tough, but's a good dad. That's a plot point in the story. He's very mean, and he portrays himself as a big evil guy. He's trying very hard to be evil. Goliath is trying very hard. Yeah. Miriam decapitates Goliath. Because Miriam was like, I will give you superpowers. And Goliath was like, yes, I'll get superpowers. Then I'll betray him. So she decapitates him, and then she binds him to her and makes him her slave. So that's the lore between Miriam and Goliath. And she has the power to overwhelm him and make him lick her boots. Or in this case, feet. So she basically treats him like a slave, which I know most of you guys watching this far into the video is worth. I want to be Goliath. Miriam can decapitate me anytime she wants. And I want you to know, you need to get help. You need to get help. That is not healthy behavior. You should not want a girl, no matter how hot she is, to decapitate you. But as a man who also finds Miriam attractive, I understand. I understand because a girl who's willing to commit war crimes is hot. Also, Miriam does commit a lot of war crimes. A lot of war crimes. I cannot stress how many war crimes she has committed. Human experiments, tortures of men, women, and children. She does a lot of bad things. But it's okay. Guys. Because if you're hot enough as a woman, the morality does not matter. The morality does not matter if a woman is hot enough, right? That's what people think. It's the same for men. I know you guys agree. You know how I know the average person agrees? Because Ted Bundy had people writing to him in jail because he was hot. There are serial killers in jail who gets conjugal visits because they're hot. So if you're hot enough, they let you do it. Trump was wrong. Trump was wrong about his quote. If they're rich, they just let you do it. No, Mr. Trump. The actual phrase is, if you're hot enough, they let you do it. If you're hot enough, they let you do it. And it's true. And it's true because there are going to be Miriam defenders right now, as I describe all of her crimes, that are going to be like, it's fine. It's fine, Flares. She had a good reason. She had a good reason. Imagine if Hitler was hot. Imagine if Hitler was hot. Just imagine, guys. Wait. Let me give you a good example. Because I like doing this, looking up like people. So a lot of these dictators and stuff were attractive. So I'm gonna go bring real world politics into this. Most dictators and stuff were hot. That's why they let them do it. So prime example number one about why, if they're hot, they let you do it. Prime example right now. This is Stalin when he was younger, by the way. This is Joseph Stalin when he was younger. You know the guy, Soviet Russia, killed a bunch of people. People kind of ignored that. He was able to kill so many people compared to Hitler. If Hitler was as hot as Stalin, I don't think we would have an Israel-Palestine situation today. I don't think there will be a Palestine-Israel world war right now if Hitler was as hot as Stalin. That is the Flares' take today. That is why I think Stalin got away with so much. It's not because he was a communist. It's not because of his speaking. It's because he was hot. That is my theory. So I'm going to show you someone else that you guys don't know was hot when they were younger. So, hold on. Where is it? Where is it? So this person will surprise a lot of you, I think. A lot of you. So, because a lot of people don't know about this. Yeah. I'm going to put up this picture and another picture. So these two people, you had no idea was hot when they were younger. Because no one fucking pays attention to this shit. So, blah, blah, blah. And, yeah, here we go. So, this might get me removed. Here we go. So, this is Mao Zedong when he was younger. And this was Z in the background here when he was younger. I think if you're hot enough, people will be willing to excuse a lot of war crimes. You know how, like, there's also one more example here. So, what is this? One more example here. This is more known. This is more known because everyone knows about this. This is Kim Jong's sister. This is Kim Jong-un's sister. Okay? And after she was revealed to the public, there were so many Reddit posts about how hot she is. She ordered the death and execution of so many people IRL, and she is known to be more ruthless than Kim Jong. Yet if there was a poll IRL, most people would prefer she take over North Korea compared to Kim Jong. Kim Jong is the nice person. But this is Kim Jong-un's sister. So yeah, I think the actual quote is, if you're hot enough, they let you do it. So that's the thing with Miriam. Now, I'm going to describe the horrible, horrible things Miriam has done. But before I do that, I need to reframe this. So I need to reframe this, okay? So let's see. Let's of us. Okay. Here we go. Imagine if Miriam looked like this when I'm describing her actions. If Miriam looked like this, so I can, this is removing the beauty blinders off of you. Imagine if Miriam looked like this. No shade to Bella Ramsey here. But imagine if this was Miriam. So, first off, Miriam, she had a friend named Deborah, which is probably also going to be a unit. Probably also going to be a unit in the future. And Deborah is very loyal to her, okay? Her best friend. Her best friend, blah, 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 blah. What happened to Deborah? So, they're doing a ritual, child experiments. So, she had a prophecy to reborn Tulu for this entire arc, okay? Miriam, Bella Ramsey. So, she wants a child born during this specific time of the year, and when the baby comes, Tulu will inhabit the body. Tulu will inhabit the body. Again, this is Miriam. Miriam is doing all this, okay? This is Miriam right here. So, Tulu is inhabiting the body of this baby. Do you guys think Trump got away because he was hot? Hold up. I want to show you something. Hold up. People put on blinders here. So let me see this. Hold up. Young Trump wasn't ugly. You can say a lot of things about him, but young Trump, if you remember the news back then from the 80s or even the 70s or the 90s, Trump was seen as an attractive rich person. He was in Home Alone. He was seen as attractive. He was very confident back in the old interviews. Like, people like rewrite history. Just go back to the old interviews. Like, very young Trump, when he's interviewing, people wanted him to become president. And look at Barron Trump. You cannot say Barron Trump isn't hot. I think Trump, when he was younger, for a beauty standard back then, this was hot. Compared to everyone else back then, in concept, everyone was smoking and drinking. This was like peak male. 15 years ago. 15 years ago, this was considered hot. Just like Joe Biden was hot back then as well. Joe Biden was also hot. Melania jeans. Really? I don't really see it. I don't really see it. Melania jeans? I see more of Trump's genes in him than Melania. I see more of Trump's genes in him than Melania. But whatever. So that is my thing. Like, I think he was reasonably attractive back then. Well, I think George Bush is probably the hottest. I think out of all the young recent things, I think George Bush when he was young. That George Bush Jr. when he was young, I think it was like the most attractive. In my opinion, because I like looking up politicians when they were younger. I think if I were to have to choose, I think George Bush Jr. is the hottest recent president. I think he was hotter than Bill Clinton. Again, I'm a straight man here. I'm a straight man, but I do understand what I find attractive or not in a dude. It's probably wrong. Trump is hot. Yeah. Like, this is George Bush. I think George Bush Jr. looked hot. I'm American. I think George Bush Jr. when he was young was hot. Isn't George Bush Jr. hot? Tell me I'm not wrong, dude. I talked about politics, like hot politicians. Now I show people young George Bush Jr. I think George Bush Jr. Okay, JFK's been a while. JFK was also hot, but JFK is different. JFK is hot through all stages of his life. Through all stages of his life, JFK was hot. George Bush Jr. in particular was hot when he was younger. Look at a typical jarhead. No, he has that Texas charm to him. I'm curious. Since we're on a rabbit hole now, I'm curious. I'm curious on recent people. What did young Mitch McConnell look like? Young Mitch McConnell. Because I know that Mitch McConnell is not attractive now. Was Mitch McConnell hot when he was younger? Okay, no. He always looked like that. Mitch McConnell always looked like that. That answered me. Mitch McConnell has always looked like that. Nope, he has always looked the same. Okay. Mitch McConnell has always looked the same. Okay. Rudy Giuliani has to be hot when he was younger, right? What the young Rudy Giuliani looks like? Was he hot? Was he hot? I'm now curious. Is there a picture of him when he was young? Young pictures. Come on, he can't always look like this, guys. Oh, never mind. This is like no. Never mind. Okay, but those weren't presidents. Those weren't presidents. The kind of point is that those weren't presidents. Those weren't presidents. Okay, who would I be very? I'm gonna look up one more person. I'm gonna go back to the lore. Once I look up one more person because I'm curious. My brain goes places here. My brain goes places. I already know what young Hitler looked like. He looked like pretty average. Young Hitler wasn't attractive. Wasn't unattractive here. I'm curious. Who else should I look up while I'm on this rabbit hole? While I'm on this rabbit hole, like really people who you don't think is hot now, who was hot when they were younger. Wait a minute. I'm curious. Oh, this is someone who I'm actually curious about. So I wonder if young. No, it might be going too far here. Fuck it. Young Bin Laden. Was Bin Laden hot when he was younger? Was Osama Bin Laden hot when he was younger? Okay, this is when he was a kid. Okay. What did Osama Bin Laden look like? Oh, here you go. Is Osama Bin Laden? No, this is Habba Bin Laden. Okay. Osama Bin Laden, 20 years old. That's just corpses. Huh. I really want to know what he looks like when he was 20. Was he hot? I mean, how old was he when he died? Let me go up. How old was Osama bin Laden when he died? I'm curious. So he was. Oh, wait a minute. I think Osama bin Laden was reasonably attractive because if he looked like this when he was like in his like late 30s, maybe 40s, that's quite good. Yeah, when he was his 40, if he looked like this when he was 40, he had to have been hot. He had to have been hot. That's he has six wives. Osama bin Laden was probably hot. Okay, Osama bin Laden was probably hot. Which is ugly and rich. Miriam was the opposite. No. I think Osama bin Laden was probably hot. Okay, back to the story. So, Deborah, straight men have a strange taste. He's getting off the horse. Again, this is what I, as a straight man, find attractive. I don't know why gay people or women find different men attractive. Again, this is what I think look attractive, because I don't understand why people find the rat people. The rat men find attractive. So, rat men, Hollywood. There's a good article, which I was like clapping super hard when I was reading this New York Times article. Yeah, this. Sorry, back on a tangent. This New York Times article vindicated me, okay? What's up with these rodent men? Exactly. Why are women or gay men finding these dudes attractive? Or like Pete Davidson. How is the guy from The Bear attractive? They have these like rat faces. I don't understand. Henry Cavill's attractive. Understand that. I understand Henry. I understand Johnny Depp. I understand Brad Pitt. They're all attractive. Pete Davidson, I don't understand. These rat people, I don't understand. Timothy Chalamet, I don't understand. Oh, Gwen Powell, I understand. But a lot of women hate Gwen Powell. Gwen Powell, I think, is like one of the perfect faces. Gwen Powell, I think, should be super hot. But whenever I go on forums or I talk to any girl IRL, they're like, ugh, disgusting. He's so weird, players. Like, people at my work were like, I don't know. Gwen Powell gives me the ick. I'm like, how? He's hot. Tell me I'm being crazy. He's hot. So yeah, as a straight man, Gwen Powell's hot. Why don't women think he's hot? I don't understand. Gays don't like their rats. I can say 98%. Henry from Kingdom Come. You like one of the basics. Nah, he's hot. He looks like an alien. Dude, he's hot. Okay, back to the lore. Your taste in men is fucked. I have a lot of women watching my channel now for some reason. By the way, guys, now like over 20% of my demographics is women for some reason. What is wrong with you girls watching my videos? Thank you for watching, but why are like my demographic has gone from like under 10% female to over 20% female in the past few months, by the way. So, back to the story. Guys. So, Deborah, where is this? They love the. He looks like a skinwalker. Oh my gosh. Like, there's so many people. There's so many good like Ruvy's one. Like so many girls watching my videos now and going coaching. Like how are you watching me? Yeah, there are women watching the stream right now. Okay, back to this here. Deborah. Here you go, Deborah. So this is Deborah. There are two Deborahs. The Deborah from the past and Deborah from the future. They look the same. That's the only thing they have in common. Miriam's best friend. Miriam's best friend. So she starts kidnapping women, forcing them to get pregnant, so they can born a baby at an X time. So one day, Miriam's best friend decides, I will bear the god thing Tulu, Miriam, for you. And Miriam, her best friends, thank you. Thank you so much. You are going to birth Tulu for me. They're best friends. They've been at each other since she was reborn as an awakener. For the years, they're best friends for years. However, trauma happens. The moon, the planets are going to be aligned early. So, instead of delaying it, man was like, I'm so sorry, Deborah, and performed a C-section on Deborah, killing her against her will. And this was like a very traumatic chapter. Like, Deborah was like, Miriam, we can wait a couple of years until the planets align again, right? Right, Miriam? Right, Miriam? Like one of those Star Wars memes? Like those Padme and Anakin memes? So, the moon was too early. I guess we gotta wait a few more years. I'll have another baby for you, Miriam. Right, Miriam? And Miriam just picks up the knife and right then and there starts carving out the baby out of her. So it technically counts as being born on that day. Because Miriam was like, wait a minute. The prophecy says that the baby needs to be born on this day. If I carve out the baby, technically it counts as being born, right? So she just took the knife and starts going to town on Deborah. Starts going to town. And that's the lore on how Murphy is being born. Now, you guys are saying Miriam Queen never changed. Again, it's because she's hot. So I'm gonna put up another picture here. And so let me pull up what's it called? Enter. Oh wait, here we go. What if Miriam looked like this? This is Miriam. Imagine if Lizzo was the one cutting out the baby from Deborah. That's wrong. You see what I'm talking about? If it's not super hot, it's wrong. Imagine Lizzo is Miriam. And that's how Murphy was born. So, for the next couple of years, Lizzo, not Miriam, raises Murphy as her own daughter and develop a connection with her for the chapter. To eventually sacrifice her so that Tulu can inhabit her body. She was planning to kill a little girl to resurrect her god. It is clearly wrong and evil, right? For Lizzo to do such a thing? Not Miriam. If it was Lizzo, people would be like, this is such a terrible, terrible woman. So that's the plot point here. Now let me go back to the game. Lizzo raised Murphy confirmed. Yeah, Miriam had no idea. So let me go back. Story. So what is the plot point? Now that you know all that, so we're trying to save Murphy with the help of Elton, Solis, and Tulu. We're trying to save Miriam. We fight off Caucus, boom, boom, boom. We fight off Goliath, boom, boom, boom. We fight off Miriam, boom, boom, boom. And we're trying to sneak Miriam on the supply ship to the university so she doesn't get sacrificed. Murphy. So she doesn't get sacrificed. And G Murphy, by the way, is an alternate reality universe where we don't save her. So we have Murphy. Because Murphy was gonna birth Tulu. Teenage pregnancies, am I right? And then die. So we save her. And while we're fighting, Tulu fights Miriam. And Tulu's like, I am Tulu, Miriam. I'm the guy you're trying to resurrect. I lied to you, Miriam. I lied to you. I gave you false promises. Okay? I gave you false promises because I just wanted you to be happy. He tells her the entire truth. He tells Miriam the truth. And how did Miriam react when confronted with facts and logic and the fact that Tulu is right in front of her, looking exactly the same, using his powers and everything? Miriam went, fake news. You almost got me. You almost got me here. That's right. You're not the real Tulu. The real Tulu was super powerful. A god. He said he was going to be super powerful when he was reborn with godlike powers. You are fake news. I don't believe you. You are a fake awakener. Okay? And I'm going to resurrect the real Tulu. So throughout the entire arc, Miriam and Tulu meet several times, and Tulu keeps saying, I'm the real Tulu, Miriam. I'm the real Tulu. I know this. And Tulu keeps saying facts that only the real Tulu would know. And every time Miriam doubts, she doubles down. She doubles down that it's the fake Tulu. No matter what happens, double down. Double down, double down, double down. And then she fights a couple more chapters, fights her minions, and then there's an arc. Big explosion because of power. Big explosion. Goliath thinks Miriam dies in explosion because Miriam fought us. She explodes. Blah, 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 blah. And then Goliath's like, I'm the big boss now. Me, Goliath, big boss. And Goliath was like, I take over Miriam's organization. I fight you. And then we fight Goliath. And then, spoiler, Miriam comes back. And Miriam was like, Goliath, you've been doing shit without me. Okay, let me go in the mirror. Goliath, you've been doing shit without me? Get back in your place, you bum, you fucking bum. And Miriam taught him his place, beats the shit out of him, and now she's back. Miriam's back again. So Goliath was the big boss for a while. After Miriam died, she didn't die, she's back, and she born the divine fetus. No clue, never answered why Murphy is not a Lemurian. So we fight the divine fetus, we beat it, then we resurrect everyone we killed. Back into Blackpool. Goliath conquers Miriam. They're on our side now. Yeah, it's a bullshit story. Everyone you beat, everyone you kill, turns into a good guy. But still evil. They're all still crazy. You don't fix them. Miriam still hints she still does sacrifices. But after she joins us in the side story, she accepts that Tulu is the real Tulu. And instead of apologizing and doing all of that stuff, you know what Miriam does now? Miriam doubles down on the worship of Tulu. Just try to keep it more PG-13. Now, it's hinted in a bunch of stories that Miriam thinks Tulu isn't that strong, and she still believes in the prophecy. But she thinks that all the arcs where he was trying to convince her was all a big test. And that he's hiding his true power levels. So, right now, in the current storyline, and from time to time, as a joke, it is hinted that Miriam kidnaps random people, or when we're going to fight people or solve things, she kidnaps random bad guys or people, and she sacrifices them to Tulu to gain back his power. She has an altar. She starts a cult in the university. And she hinted at, not confirmed, still does human sacrifices to Tulu. So whether she's a good guy or not is up to you to decide. And now she acts like a real mother figure to Murphy. All is good now. Now that she's reunited with Tulu, she doubled down on thinking Tulu is a god. She doubled down. She's on our side. And she started a Tulu fan club. And she gives out pamphlets. There's so many funny side stories they did to do this. Yeah. If Miriam worked for the Trump administration, she'll be all for that. In any administration, not just Trump. If she works for Standard, she would be a big Bernie bro. Anything. She never once doubted. She doubles down. Very, very committed. Good for her. Yes. So, Chapter 7. This is when the story gets more dog shit. We let Awakeners do a lot of shit. We let Awakeners do so much shit. You know why? Because most of our Awakeners kill normal people every day. Yeah, it's a really bad plot line. Let me show you one plot line real quick that I went over in my other video, more in depth. So G-Doll is locked in a basement. Let me see, it was one of these stories. Here we go. This is G-Doll's lore, canon, after we make her our Awakener, after the Arc 2 storyline with G-Doll. Mythdag University has to lock her in a basement. Full containment. Why, Flares? Because she keeps saying Doomer shit. G-Doll keeps saying Doomer shit, and if you talk to her for a few minutes, you go insane and depressed and you want to kill yourself. She has driven multiple Mythdag University staff insane to suicide. So they keep her in a containment facility and one patrol every 60 minutes. No one can go within 30 meters of her or talk to her. Main's conscious, never engage in sleep. Here we go. Fall into madness. The Awakener once attempt to narrate to someone, and the member falls into madness after brief communication. This is her canon lore. Currently, all members consist of 3 members who are prohibited from talking with her and must wear soundproof earmuffs. That's right. If she talks to you, you go insane because she just tells you deep, dark secrets of the universe, which causes you to want to kill yourself. This is a good unit. Who else is bad? Sangha. Sangha, if you leave her unchecked, she turns people into statues. Pharaohs is the most evil blue unit. Out of all the units, all the blue units in lore, Pharaohs has the highest death count after we recruit her. Out of any blue unit, out of most realms, she is canonically the most evil unit in the game. Pharaohs is the most evil unit in the game, and the worst part is, if you don't read her lore in depth, you think she's a good person. She pretends to be a good person, but she's the most evil character in the game. We have to restrict her from certain places. You know why she's the most evil person in the game? She doesn't act evil. She doesn't kill anyone directly. We discovered a mystery that every time she goes into the library or has access to any of the maps, she redraws the maps, and she's the lighthouse. She basically redraws the map and leads people to a place in the ocean where they're lost and they die forever. They die forever. They get lost like in a Bermuda Triangle-like situation. So it is hinted at she might be doing this to do sacrifices for Lemuria. So it's hinted at in the lore if you read deeply. Every time she gets access to the map room or the library, she just redraws the map so that ships get lost and disappear forever to the same area. That's what Pharaohs does. So she has the highest death count because so many ships go missing because of Pharaohs. And she just plays it off as an honest mistake. So that's why she is evil. By the way, guys. He just gets like entire cruise ships gone. Gone. So we just have to restrict her from the map room. Any map room, we cannot let Pharaohs in. If there's a map, she will replace it with a fake map that somehow lead ships to their doom. Don't never ask pharaohs for directions. She would, I think in one recent storyline, people asked her for directions, and almost always, you die if you follow her directions. That's her lore, the play on her being a lighthouse. She will guide you to your literal doom. That's her whole lore. She's a lighthouse. If you follow her directions, you will die. You will die. She's a bad GPS unit. She's the Apple Maps of Mifdag University. Okay, so yeah, there are a lot of evil units. We let them roam around because, I don't know, they're useful. Now, Chapter 7, when the lore gets worse because they're rushing the story. Chapter 7, we meet Dais and the Dais Kingdom. So let me talk about the Dais Kingdom. Now, this has been retranslated 4 times. 4 times. So, the name of this faction are the Sand People. I call them the Sand People. They're the Tuscan Raiders. Why? Because they used to be called the Aaronites, the Aramites now. I think they're called the Aramites now. Aron. So, every couple of patches, they retranslate this faction. They're just the Sand People. We're in Egypt. There are pyramids. The Sand People. The Aramites. The Dais People. Tuscan Raiders. Jawas. Whatever you want to call them. The lore about them is they're fighting a war. So this puts a lot of conflict between this and Palestine is Israel. They use a lot of inspiration from this. Why? Because they use the word Philistines, and they take a lot of references from the Bible. So this is a Bible-heavy chapter. So it's an allegory. They don't have anything original here. So there's also some kind of Lovecraftian lore here. In the old video where I have all these sources, past players pull up what Alba is based on. So Alba also appears in this chapter. So Alba has a typical storyline. She was a very patriotic Starship Trooper soldier with whatever. And then she lost her limbs, her legs. Then she got abandoned by her country. Classical fascist government authoritarian. And then she starts working for Dais, and Dais makes her awakener. Blah, 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 blah. You don't care. But what is Alba based on in Lovecraftian lore? Past players went over it. So Alba, you delete everything but her leg. So Alba is based on a sword in one of the Lovecraft stories. So she's basically, this leg is the Lovecraftian influence she's derived from. Past players goes into it in more detail. That's what Alba is based on. The boobs, the head, everything else is made up for the game. This leg is some kind of holy Lovecraftian sword that past players went over from a short story. So yeah, that's it. So, and Dais is Shub Negev. I don't know how to pronounce it. Someone else can type out Dais' Lovecraftian name for it. Shub Negev, the black sheep mother. You know who I'm talking about if you read Lovecraft. So she's one of the big three. The big 3 in universe. The big 3 gods of our world. She is the goddess of fertility. Of fucking. So, what's her lore? Dais. A long time ago. Priestess. Jump into the river. Became Dais. Goddess of fertility, of sex. She's a mummy. So, her faction, the Aramites or whatever, what is their ritual? You join up with Riker. You find the situation of Dais. You help Dais fight off their mortal enemies. Let's call it the Palestinians. Again, it's based off of the Bible stories of the Jews versus someone else. So I'm going to use a real world example. You're fighting Palestinians, but you're leading the like Jews who worships thighs. That's chapter 7 in a nutshell. Now, in a twist, it's the faction you are helping. They're using child soldiers. So imagine if instead of the way it's around, you're helping child soldiers as well. Why? Because there's a curse. There's a curse upon the land. What is the curse, players? When a baby is born, they have a high rate of infant mortality. High rate. The land is cursed, poisoned. So it's basically in the past, where if you birth a child, most of it is stillborn. There's very graphic depictions on this chapter. In this chapter, where babies are born, stillborn, and they toss it into a pile. Fetuses. So, in case you were wondering why Caro has babies, it is canon. It is canon that it's the faction mechanic, because Thighs is the god of Caro. Is the goddess of Caro. In lore, is the easy way to explain it. Thighs is one of the strongest units, if not the strongest units, in the Caro realm. Let me go in. So that's why the Caro realm has all these baby mechanics. Is because that's what makes sense in their lore. They make a lot of babies. So boom. The embryo fusion, all this is because of Thighs lore. Nope, it's not from Thighs. It's not from Thighs. She doesn't birth the babies. That's where you're wrong. What does she does as the goddess of the Aramites? She blesses them to counteract the curse. The curse of baby stillborn. They can't cure it. So what does she bless them with? Fucking fertility. She's the fertility goddess. Instead of making the babies be born safe, it's a numbers game. It's a numbers game. So, their society, and in lore, there's an orgy that happens. In lore, there are orgies that happen basically every day. And there's an orgy where we're in it, and Thighs tries to fuck us. And random girls try to fuck us in this chapter. Just read the story. And people try to fuck Riker. That is their culture. Every night, every now and then, they have a ritual. There's no marriage. They have orgies. Again, in one of these chapters, they have the orgy in one of these cutscenes. I forgot. I think it was this chapter. I think it was this chapter. I might be wrong. It was this chapter where the orgy happens. No. It was at night. It was like very graphic depictions of like the orgy. I forgot which chapter part is this. But yeah, we participate in an orgy in one of these story mode chapters. Let me go to this. I'll try to find it. But one of you guys can find it. Guys, find which one the orgy happens in, and I'll go with it. So one of this is the orgy where we try not to get raped. So the girls of the tribe fuck like dozens of like dudes. And Thighs blesses them so they always get pregnant. So after the orgy, she also blesses them so that they give birth immediately. So after they fuck for the night, the morning of, they all shit out babies. Shit out babies. Most of it goes straight in the pile. In the pile, there's a mountain of fetuses when we wake up. And it's very graphic and depicted in this chapter. Just a mountain of malformed fetuses, some of them still alive, tossed in the pile of dead babies. And sometimes there's a good baby. It's a numbers game. It's a numbers game to replenish their population because they're going at war with the Palestinians all the time to replenish their soldiers. And Thighs' blessing as a goddess also makes the baby grow up faster. Also makes the babies grow up faster. So after a couple of weeks, there we follow the story of like a child who grows up from a baby to like 8 years old to like 11 years old in a span of weeks. Yeah, or the Palestinians. You can use anything as an example. You can use any way you can have as an example. I'm not going to get political here. You can use it any way. You pick it what you want, but this is a story. So yeah, all of these fetuses. Yeah. By the way, these monsters, by the way, are also the babies that were born. That's why they're called sinful offspring Nubia cub. So these are why they're shaped like vaginas and reproductive body parts. They're also malformed babies. So let me take another drink because my throat is thirsty again before I continue. Yeah. They were fighting these like Pharaoh Egyptian motherfuckers. So that's how they make the soldiers. They fuck. They have 1,000 babies. 10 of them are okay. That's the entire lore of this chapter besides the evil organization and Philip dies. Philip dies, we're introduced to Cassie and stuff, and a couple other shit. We don't really care. We're introducing to a lot of shit here. Yeah, it's a very, very graphic chapter. It's like the most graphic chapter because of like the dead babies. Lots of dead babies. As a Catholic, is pretty concerning, but again, I don't really care. It's all fiction. But you can actually see some of it in the media here. Like the fetus mountain, the dead baby mountain. Where's the dead baby mountain? You guys find it. There's like a dead baby mountain. Yeah, I might get demonetized by if I fucking show the dead baby. It's in that chapter. So typical stuff happens. We fight against fate of thighs. We fight thighs, blah blah. We go against prophecy. We burn down the tree. Also, they have a big tree. We burn it down. We free thighs, and thighs gives us the first Dragon Ball that I mentioned earlier in the video. The very first Dragon Ball. The seed inside of us. So she puts a seed inside of us without our consent. So we got Thighs' superpower. And then the game was gonna EOS, so they rushed the storyline. After this is where Caribou storylines should have taken place, where other unit storylines that they delayed should have taken place. Like G-Doll should have been an Arc 1 unit, and Miriam should have been an Arc 1 unit. Right now, right after this chapter, should be the G-Doll chapter. Did not happen. Why? Because they rushed the storyline. So it's supposed to be a G-Doll chapter, then a Caribou chapter, and a couple other units chapters. But we're getting it now. So we fast forward to the attack on Mithag University. All the teachers and stuff, blah blah blah, all that setup. We're supposed to have 2 more chapters or more of gathering the Dragon Balls. Because the plot point is that there are 3 gods. There are 3 main gods of this universe. Thais, the goddess of fertility. En, the goddess of chaos. And Tawel, another goddess. We're supposed to go and fight them one by one in order to get their power and their offerings. We just got Thais' superpower. Let's get like the 2 other superpowers. But no. They skip straight forward to the attack on Mithag University. If you watch Naruto, this is the Crush arc after the Chunin exams. If you watch this is the Soul Society raid arc in Bleach. This is it's a common anime trope. We get attacked. It's the end game now. All at once. So, during the attack, they fucked with Erica, and she malfunctions, and we fight her. Blah, blah, blah. Attack. Hamlin is working for the bad guys, but he's secretly on our side. He's a double agent. I'll go into Hamlin's story after. This Shadow's loyal hound. Oh yeah, forgot. This dog creature, by the way, is also Full Metal Alchemist. I forgot to mention, you know that the little boy we see born in chapter 7, chapter before? Yeah, he grows up, he becomes like 16 years old, and he gets Full Metal Alchemist into a dog. So again, they redo this trope a lot. More than once. The Full Metal Alchemist Edward trope, where making like children into dogs. The writers like doing this a lot. If it's a kid, they're gonna turn into like an evil dog. Just like Full Metal Alchemist. So that little boy we see born and grow up really fast, he transforms into this dog. So yeah, we fight the like dog boy, who was our friend. Blah blah blah. We fight all the evil people. Blah blah blah. We fight Dice to get the path. And we fight N. Again, we're fighting these bosses one by one to get their superpowers. So instead of making it their own chapters, they rush all the bosses a boss rush. So we get Dice's superpower, we get N's superpower, and then we get Towo's superpower. These are supposed to be individual chapters, by the way. This is why the story is very bad, very rushed. These are supposed to be individual chapters. We just speed run collecting the Dragon Balls. It's dog shit storytelling. Dog shit storytelling. And we fight Juliet and stuff, and she reborns a god, blah, blah, blah. And then head to chapter 9, the real main bad of the entire arc wakes up. And that is his name. I don't know how to pronounce it, so let me go Google the actual entity. So, Tawil Lovecraft. So, by the way, Tawil is not a waifu. Tawil is not a waifu. This is supposed to be Tawil, guys. He's supposed to be an old man in a robe. This is the unit Tawil is based off of. So, most, if not all, the units are based off a short story or a Lovecraft creature or character. This is Tawil. Not a waifu. It's supposed to be a dude. I go over it in the other video, which you should watch instead of this. So, the god we fight is this. Yog Sothoth. But it is named differently. So this is the entity, the god behind all of Arc 1, the main big bad. But it's not a god, it's an eldritch god. It's a super, super powerful eldritch god of eyes. And Tawil is the gatekeeper, just like in Lovecraftian lore. Let's go into the game here. Where do they show the name? There you go. This is the name. This is the name of the main big boss Eldritch God. Tuhuabuabuaha. Tolulababa. Tolulababa. Tolubadajata. So yeah, that is the name of Tolulula. So, the first 3 chapters, we're fighting people who want to stop us, and then we fight the boss over and over and over and over and over again, before we realize we cannot beat them. This is the raid storyline, where keepers from the other multiverses join together. When this chapter released, it was for anniversary. Every keeper around the world, it's canon, we're all helping each other to beat down and weaken the boss. So that's what we do. We fight, we weaken the boss. And we realize we cannot beat the boss. We can only put it to sleep. And then we sacrifice ourselves to put it to sleep. Because what is the main big reveal? We learn why we're special. We're a special little boy or girl. We're so very special. I'm so very special. I wish I was special. But I'm a creep. I'm a widow. Da 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 da. Yeah, the reason why we can link with multiple awakeners, we are the big boss. Turns out, the big boss is us. We're a fragment of the big boss. Because Toluwababuha is like Elder Scrolls lore. Where the entire universe only exists because Toluwababuha is dreaming of us. When it wakes up, the world ends, just like the Elder Scrolls deep lore. Dog shit writing. I hate when this happens. I hate the reveal that actually none of us are real. We're all in some god's dream. And when he wakes up, the world ends. So we use our power because we're a fragment of the big bad, who's not even bad. He's like neutral. But when he wakes up, we're all gonna die. So that's why when we beat him, chapter boss, we play a flute. We put him back to sleep. We save the world. Fast forward. Arc 1 ended. No Arc 2. The story was gonna end. So if we save the world and then we die, what is Arc 2? Arc 2 is the multiverse arc, which is what they're going to do from now on, probably. Every arc, we're going to a different universe and saving that universe, which has a different timeline from our universe. So, beginning of Arc 2, we wake up as a brain in a jar getting experimented by a G-Doll. Yeah, that is it. That's where the story was supposed to end. That's where the story was supposed to end, because the game was going to EOS. They tied up the storyline. We die, we sacrifice ourselves by putting the god to sleep. We fall for the universe, the end. So, for future arcs, every arc from now on, we're going to a different multiverse and saving that one. So, Arc 2, announce. After 4 or 5 months of them writing, announce. Release. So, we wake up as a brain in a jar. We travel through multiverses. We wake up with Winkle and Doll. So in this universe, Mythdag University isn't a thing. The world has gone to shit. A lot of things are wrong with this timeline. That's why we have G units. G units are what's wrong with this timeline. So Arc 1, we meet G-Doll, which is different from R-Doll. Since there's no Mythdag University, G-Doll goes full evil mad scientist as she watches the world end around us, as she does evil mad scientist things to try to save the world. She goes crazy compared to R-Doll, which doesn't go crazy because she has students and love and compassion. Again, dog shit lore. Without love and compassion and teaching her students, she becomes crazy. So, in this chapter, we find out that we wake up in a different universe as a brain in a jar, and for a series of events, we get a body. We get a body. We get a body, and we help G-Doll fight G-Doll. Flares, how does that happen? This G-Doll experimented, and this is G-Doll like 5032 or whatever. Let me see what number it is. It says so in the chapter. It was like a high number. So G-Doll makes multiple G-Dolls. You're wondering why when you fight G-Doll bosses or doll bosses, there's like thousands of them? That's the lore reason. She fucking Avengers Ultron herself in this universe. She made a lot of clones of herself, and we're helping the slightly older model G-Doll fight the newer G-Doll in the story. There are G-Dolls all around. There are G-Dolls everywhere. And that is the lore of Chapter 1. We help G-Doll fight G-Doll. And then we find out the deep, dark secret that made her spiral into insanity. Yes, G units are different from normal ones. All different. So we find out the deep, dark secret that rewrites the lore. So, you know about Noxus levels that I mentioned from the very start of the video that you all forgot about? The power levels of every unit? So, the doll in our universe and whatnot figured out that wakes up if there are too many powerful awakeners on the planet. Because every unit with a high Gnostis index, awakeners, has the notice of the outer gods. And the more awakeners, the more strong the awakeners are, the more likely we're going to wake up the god. And that's what happens in Arc 1. We got too strong, we got the notice of the outer god, and he wakes up. So this doll tried to figure out how to suppress awakeners and do all that shit to try to prevent the god from waking up and ending the world. But then she discovers the deep, dark secrets. The minimum level of Gnostics index to be in the notice of the god is like 15 or something. They give an actual number in the chapter. I already forgot it. And it is discovered that every single fish person, every single Lemurian, all the fish people, on average, has the power level that is noticed by the outer god. So it is impossible to prevent him from waking up unless you genocide literally every single fish person, every single fish in the sea, because they naturally have a high power level. So it is literally impossible to prevent the god from waking up, and she spirals into insanity. It was always fated to happen. That is the big plot point. But we gave her hope. We're trying to find a way to save this world. So that's Chapter 1. That's Chapter 1. Chapter 2, or we'll also call body. We'll also communicate with our universe. So Chapter 2, we venture into other places. We ventured to Quem, the mental asylum. And we discovered the dog shit Quem. The worst Quem. The dog shit Quem. Eating out of shit. The worst character in the fucking game, weakest unit, fucking dog shit lore. So, how is this Clem different from our universe Clem? This Clem is technically G Clem. Because our Clem from our universe doesn't have superpowers. Is working in an insane asylum. Just works there. No wings, no nothing. What is different about this Clem? Well, there was an alien invasion. I shit you not. That is the lore of this chapter. There is an alien invasion by bug people, like in one of the many works of fiction, like Aliens and whatnot. And they start taking control of everything. And this Clem gave in. Becomes a filthy, dirty insect alien. And betrays her town, her dad, and everything. And begins killing everyone. And making them into bug people as well. That's why Clem is an awakener. She doesn't die. She just gave in. And become a bug person. She doesn't fight back. She was a fucking coward. She becomes a bug person with bug superpowers. So, that is the lore of this chapter. It is aliens. Aliens. That's why there are stars in the boss's design. Ultra Crystallis. Why is it called Ultra Crystallis? Ultra usually has to do with space. That's how they name the bosses. You're fighting alien bug people. And we find out that William is alive. Oh yeah, William from Arc 1, we thought he was dead. He just got teleported to another dimension. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It is bullshit writing, because in Arc 1, what happened was William, our senior, got killed by Jellet, or was hinted at killed by Jellet. Turns out, no. A ongoing plot point, turns out he just got teleported into this universe. That's why he was MIA for Arc 1 and didn't help us. So, after this, we find out William was alive. But in this universe, and leaving behind clues, so we're fucking Scooby-Dooing around every chapter to find him. William is another girl fan favorite design. A lot of girls like him. This isn't the same universe. No. That's where you're wrong, Gilgamesh. That's where you're wrong, Gilgamesh, because in some chapters, it hints that it is our William fused with this William. It's the same William, just fused somehow, because this William makes references that only our William would know. He knows things that only our William would know. So, it's probably like a combination. They haven't explained why yet. They haven't fleshed out the story yet. So, we're going to see how it develops. But as far as I'm concerned, they're just going to say, they're going to reveal that it's our William, but fused all along or something. I have a feeling that's where it's going to go. So, yeah, William is very popular among the ladies. This is a very popular character. I have no idea why. He looks like a basic bitch character. He looks like a side character in any anime with those glasses. I don't know why the girls find him hot. A lot of girls find him hot in the community. I have no idea why. Like, they don't find Goliath as hot as William. Like, they rate William on my community husbando tier list. People rate him very, very, very highly. Above, like, a lot of units. I don't know why. He looks like a really basic design. Well, yeah. So, that's chapter 2. And we fight Clem, which is bug people. Just look at it anyway, dude. The fucking girls in the fucking community love William. I don't know why. He has a lot of fan art and shit about him. I don't know if the gays like him, though. I know the gays love Goliath. I don't know if they like William. So, yeah. So, in this chapter, we fight Bug Clem. There's like a trillion Bug Clem because they're bug and they're reproduce. And like, the lore is, during the final battle against fully transformed Clem's final form, a remnant of the good Clem, before she became like an alien bug monster, helps us fight off Clem. They do this a lot. Where the good version of the unit helps us fight the evil version of them. If you notice, that's literally what happened the chapter before. Where G-Doll helps us fight G-Doll. And that's what happened in the Arachne chapter. Arachne helps us fight Nephrea. They redo the same trope a lot. So deep down inside, evil Bug Clem, the good Clem, sacrifices herself to help us. And there's a touching moment as she dies and helps us fight off the evil Bug Clem and drive back the dirty aliens. And then we resurrect her. Because of Silver Core, no one dies. Very poor writing. They don't want the good guys stay dead. So anyone you want to become a unit, just hope they die, they're going to come back. Death isn't real in this game, dude. Death is not real. Anyone that dies, we bring back as a unit if they're popular enough. If players like the character enough, they're going to come back. So death is not real in this game. Chapter 3. We track down William. We follow his steps. We find the Doricine Kingdom. the Dorothy kingdom of dead vampire ghoul people. But the big plot twist, despite being like Transylvania and looking evil, and they eat people, they literally eat people. So in their culture, yeah, the plot is just recycled over and over and over again. So in this culture, Dorothy was born in a noble family, and he eats his sister consensually. We think that they're bad guys for the first few story modes. First few story modes, we think they're bad because they eat people. Turns out it's all consensual in their society, and it's for good reason. When these vampire fucks eat people, they absorb their memories and they can live on inside of them. That is the lore. That's why Dorothy ate his sister. His sister asked to be eaten so she doesn't fall to the D-tide, doesn't fall to her illness, so she lives inside of him. So he can absorb her memories and stuff, and she lives on. So anytime anyone dies, you have to eat the corpse. And that's a sign of honor. So these people, when they die, they let the vampires eat their body. With consent. And it turns out of every chapter we had so far, the big plot twist is that Dorothy was a good guy and is a good guy the entire chapter. He is the best ruler in all of lore. His kingdom is the best kingdom out of every kingdom, every faction we've ever met, even dies. He treats his citizen well. Everyone has health care, for example. Everyone is fed. His soldiers, all of his vampire evil minions, protect the common people. Every other faction has slaves. Dorothy loves his people. He's the nicest king in every society we've met so far. This is the nicest faction. They just eat people. That is the plot twist. He doesn't turn evil. He's a good guy throughout the entire chapter. Now, where does the big plot twist come along? What do we fight outside the first few chapters where we fight Dorothy and his minions because we thought they were evil because they eat people? So, we find out that, boom, Lemuria invades. Lemuria invades the vampire kingdom. Because one of Dorothy's closest companions, Fran, betrays him and shuts down the city's wards or whatnot. They shut down the defense systems and they let Lemuria invade. So that's why we fight Goliath. We fight all those. Because Lemuria invades. We fight evil Caucus, evil Goliath from this universe. And this chapter is seen as one of the worst chapters by the community. Why? Not because it was written poorly. Because Goliath and Caucus appeared using their original art. What does this mean? We're not getting G Goliath or G Caucus art too. Because they exist and they're the exact same. Again, it wastes of an opportunity to introduce G Goliath and G Caucus. So this arc is not when we're going to get G Goliath, G Caucus. So a lot of Awakeners introduce themselves. So if it's an Awakener that shows up in their original form, they're not getting a G form. So that's why there's a list of units that hasn't appeared yet in Arc 2 that can have their G forms as a unit. But if they've already appeared as a boss or as a character, they're not getting a G unit because that's their alternative universe already. So yeah, we're not getting G Goliath or G Caucus anytime soon. So what's different in this timeline that led to Caucus, Goliath, and Lemuria invading? We're going to learn that in Chapter 4. But basically, no one saved Murphy. No one saved Murphy is the lore. So Miriam went through her ritual. Murphy dies as the fetus was born. So Murphy becomes a teenage mom. G. Murphy. She births the divine fetus real form later on after we push it back. So this is not the divine fetus. This is the Lemurian super weapon that attacks Dorothy's kingdom that we need his help to fight back. This is like, I don't know. This is like they do like a weird ritual. The Lemurians do like a weird sacrificial ritual, and they summon and they summon this mob to fight them. It's like a Power Ranger. It's like they're like Power Rangers. This is their fucking Zordon. There's their fucking Zoid that they summon, formed by a bunch of fixed fish people, and they attack us, and we fight it back with Dorothy's help. And by the way, Dorothy shows off his power, and Dorothy in lore is one of the strongest awakeners we've ever encountered. So we find out while we're finding him that he's like so powerful, he mogs us. He's the most powerful unit we have ever met. Ever. This is them hyping up Dorothy because Theo is Dorothy's voice actor. So he showcases like thousands of superpowers that is not shown in his kit. By the way, guys, Dorothy can teleport. He can summon shadow spikes. He can shadow clone jutsu himself. I'm not even making it up. So in one chapter, he 1v1s the entire army by himself by summoning like shadow spikes. And he starts like running on buildings, jumping around, teleporting all over this place, fucking defending the city by himself, basically. Fighting off the giant monsters, soloing the giant monster by himself. And he's summoning shadow spikes. Again, shadow spikes. He does not have shadow spikes in his ability. Where the fuck does that come from? So, you know his exile where he summons the giant skeleton? Yeah, he uses that giant skeleton and he starts fighting the other monsters. Yeah, he's the most powerful unit we've met so far. And by the way, guys, for the first time ever, once he helps us after the battle, we think he's gonna die. He does not. He's one of the few units that joins us. He doesn't die. We don't have to resurrect him from the black pool. Because he's that strong. And he rewards us after his chapter is done. So he's the first unit in the game story that we've interacted with that joins us and didn't die. Orga Experiment Dog. We don't have to resurrect him. We have to resurrect Clem. We have to resurrect a lot of units. Not Dorothy. He's strong. He lived the final battle after helping us. So chapter 4. We go incognito to find out the evil Lemurian faction. We fight through and we find out G. Murphy. Blah, blah, blah. And then we fight the Paradise Veil, which is the divine fetus from chapter 6, if it was able to be born. So let me go over slowly. So in this universe, we never save Murphy. She dies in childbirth. She dies in childbirth. Murphy dies in childbirth. Borning this creature. And this creature resurrects Murphy and links with her. With a Keeper Awakener link. So G. Murphy becomes this creature's Awakener. Her son's Awakener, her baby's Awakener. That's the entire big reveal, the big plot point of why G. Murphy is different and the way she is. She is part corpse, basically. So that's why she looks all gloomy and depressed compared to her colorful self. This is Murphy. This is G. Murphy. Why is she so pale? She died. She died in childbirth, and her baby resurrected her and made her an Awakener. That's why she looks like this, and not like a regular girl. So we help Murphy kill her baby and free her. That's chapter 4 in a nutshell. When they do it, and oh yeah, there's a lot of touching moments like, what was your Murphy like? Oh, your Murphy gets to go to school and has friends? I wish I had friends. I'm in this cult and I suffered, I born, I died. Oh, your Murphy cooks? I never cook. Yeah, that's actually a plot point. That's actually a plot point where G. Murphy asked if Murphy cooks and what does the R. Murphy cooks. And what is R. Murphy's experience like going to school. This Murphy is just depressed. It was like, I wished I was your Murphy. I wish someone loved me. I wish I had friends. So yeah, and then we take her back, we resurrect her, and now she's happy. She hangs out. Yeah, by the way, G units inhabit the body. So yeah, we resurrect her, we free her, blah, 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 blah. That's chapter 4, and at the end of chapter 4, G Tulu appears. G Tulu was hinted at chapter 4 as an insane god king. Again, we'll find out in G Tulu's chapter. Chapter 5, the latest chapter. The same plot point again. We meet Arachne, the controller of fate, the Fate Weaver. Turns out there's an evil Arachne, Nephrea. And that's it. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on about the universe and what she does to weave destiny and all that. You know what I'm talking about. You guys read books, I assume. It's a standard trope. I weave destiny. Fate cannot be changed, but I can change fate. Your destiny is written. You are special. I weave everyone's fate. I view into the tapestry. And she speaks ominously throughout the entire chapter. Like strings with their puppets cut. Like strings with their puppets cut. He falls over. I control the destiny. The destiny of this one is not. There's like puppets and like, do puppets have life? Everyone has life. Are they real? Are they not? Is fiction just not? Is your fate just akin to a story, just a play on full stage? We're all part of someone's play. It's so depressing. How do you know that your destiny is ours? Is destiny predestined, or do you have free will? Yeah, it is obnoxious. Every writer that tries to do this, in my opinion, tries to make it honest, we get it. You're trying to talk about free will and destiny and whether if you can see the future, whether you have free will at all. Every fucking writer tries to do this. Except for she talks about it for fucking 15 stages. I got bored of it. I was reading this. I was like, we get it. Please shut the fuck up. So, during the big reveal, how do we fight against fate? So, she splits her personality between her and 2 other Arachnes. And one of the Arachnes is Nephrea, the evil Arachne. The evil Arachne, which rebelled because she wants to rebel because a proof of her free will. And like saying, was I ever real? Do I have a choice? Because I'm not you. I'm not the real Arachne. Yeah. I can just summarize it. And you can fill in the blanks. That's what happens. The evil Arachne has the same argument as every evil version in these fate stories. I had to go evil. It's the only way. And then the good Arachne at the end was like, you are a part of me. I accept all of you. Good, bad. Every part of myself is still me. Is the worst storytelling I have ever seen. I hate it. It is repeated so many times. So that's this entire chapter. Don't need to read this shit. You fight Liz, who dies in the theater. I don't care. All play. Also, the entire play setting. So this chapter is like play puppets on a string. And how do we get the power to fight back against an evil Arachne who sees the future, all that. Here comes N. N to the rescue, which is the only good part of the chapter, which I made it in my music video. In my music video using AI, because I should read the lore, I put it in my music video. So let me pull up my fuck. Yeah, if it's on Few Stories, you don't care much. That's true. I read a shit ton of web novels and shit machine translated Eastern novels because I know what I'm about. I like these trash isekai novels, these reborn novels, these tower novels, and every one of them has these same plot points. I consume slop. Okay? And every one of those novels did this better than this story. Yeah, most readers are fed up with this. The same thing. So how do we break the cycle? We enlist N, the chaos god, and we let N possess us. So we're half N, half us. So that is our superpower. We let N have a go, and he finds it very entertaining, and that's how we beat Nefria. And that's shown in one of these things. So that's the storyline about my music video and all that. We use N to help us. It is, where is it? It's in one of the later chapters here. This is Liz, there we go. So this picture is us revealing the only good. We let N take the wheel. Jesus take the wheel. N shows up, he takes control of our body a little bit, and we fight back against evil Arachne. And that's how we win. Because N is a chaos god. He goes against fate itself. The end. You can fill in the blanks. There's a big, several paragraph long speech of the big reveal of how we're going to do to beat them. Yeah. So that concludes the recap of the entire storyline. Let me drink the rest of my water here. Okay. Now, let me go over these side stories and the lore of every unit and what they're based on, just like past lores did. I know a lot about the lore. I read the lore so I can shit on it. Chaos. Again, past lores pulls up the actual Lovecraftian monster they're based on, like this. I pull off the Lovecraftian monster they're based on, but it would take too long to pull up for me to pull it up now. So I will go over it. So I already showed who Tawil is. Goddess. Spoiler alert. Tawil, Ramona are the same person. It's just versions of herself she splits off so she can see the world through their eyes. Common plot point in most stories nowadays. Calf. Also based off of a Lovecraftian monster. So this is how I can do it. So she is an elder god in Lovecraftian lore. Here we go. This is Calf. Cthulhu, otherwise known as Cthulhu Ra. So most of these units are one-to-one characters from Lovecraftian stories. So this is what she's based on. Yeah, it looks nothing like Calf, right? Besides being a fire deity. They do this, they just take Lovecraftian monsters and make them sexy. She's a mercenary. She's N's mortal enemy. N tortures her mercenary squad. She awakens and she resolves to kill N. Next. Monchette, collab character. Nothing to do with Lovecraftian lore. Now, Hamlet. Someone linked it in my Discord. It's a Lovecraftian evil musical instrument that a lot of writers from other animes do. You ever watch Hunter x Hunter or read Hunter x Hunter? It's Melody from Hunter x Hunter. That's Hamlet. So the lore in-game is that there's a person who discovered a cursed music sheet. A rich person, he discovers a cursed music sheet. He reads the music sheet, he becomes Hamlin. He dies, he becomes Hamlin. That is the lore. That is all there is to it. He reads a cursed music sheet and he becomes an awakener. He dies, he becomes an awakener, and he's hollow on the inside. And he's a teacher at Mythag University now. And he's a big fanboy of us. And in these side stories, which you can read if you go here and read the story right here. Here we go. A famous tycoon who loves collecting music was found dead in his study. Yeah. Yep. So the rich person, let's say Martin Shkreli. Martin Shkreli bought the Wu-Tang Clan album. Imagine if Martin Shkreli, after listening to the Wu-Tang Clan album, goes, "This is so peak," he dies. Later on, he comes back to life as, what's a prominent rapper nowadays? What's a new rapper that everyone loves? I don't know. I don't know any new rappers. I don't listen to rap. Let's say he comes back as Eminem. There we go. He is reincarnated as Eminem or Hamlin. Martin Shkreli died after listening to peak music or reading peak music. Dies, comes back as Hamlin. That's Hamlin's lore. So next, G Lotan. You guys read the chapter. You guys know. Alternative version of Lotan. Worshippers, blah, blah, blah. G-Doll, I already went over G-Doll. Not a lot. She is the saddest story. I find it unique and sad. What is she? I went over this. This is the saddest story, in my opinion. One of the saddest stories. So, she's retarded. She has short-term memory. Extremely short-term memory. Good engineer. So, what is her origin story? She is the engineer of Mythag, and I have a minor in computer engineering. I've taken engineering classes. A couple of my friends are civil engineers, mechanical engineers, or electrical engineers. So I know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this. So her lore and her abilities is that because she has short-term memory, she's the best engineer in Mythag University. She's so good because she forgets so much. Why, Flares? Because an engineer that has short-term memories forgets if they double-check something. So when she tightens a screw, she forgets she's tightened them. So she goes back and tightens it again and again and again. Because she tightens the screws so much, because she checks so often as an engineer, she's the best engineer because she's sextuple checks her work. And that's a lack of understanding of how engineering fucking works. If you tighten a screw too much, it's bad. Do these developers not work a day in their life repairing anything? Any guys who ever work on a computer, if you tighten the screw too hard, that's bad. That's bad. You fucking retarded ass writers. That's the lore. That's the lore why she's such a good engineer. Yeah, look, read this. She endlessly circles around a motorcycle, tightening a screw, adjusting a type there. Endless project. Although she believes she has done the best repairs, she keeps repairing it over and over and over and over. And in her story, in her plot, when you read it, why she's so good, she double checks, she tightens the screws extra hard, guys. She tightens your screws extra hard compared to the other engineers. Because she forgets she tightens the screws. So everything she makes is extra durable. Extra durable. And I'm like, that's not how it works. I was reading saying, this is not how it works. It's not how anything works. So that's why she's such a good repair woman. Guys. It's such dog shit writing, dude. It's such dog shit writing. Let me go to... Here you go. Right here. I want to meme on this. Look, it's hard to say whether Nautilus Goldfish-like memory for intelligent mechanics. I'm not making this up. Forgetting which screw was tightened means tightening them all again, ensuring the equipment maintained by her is more durable. Wow. That's not how engineering works. That's not how repairing works. Making a screw too tight is bad. You don't want it to strip into the screw. What if you actually need to repair and unscrew the machine? It's known as stripping the screws. You ever worked on anything with your bare hands? Holy shit. Yeah, her story is that her mother taught her how to repair so they could explore the world together. She forgets her mom, and she forgets stuff, and it's very sad here. This is her notebook, the only entry in Nala's diary. Again, I don't want to go over too much, but there's multiple times where she tries to keep a diary, tries to remember, but she always forgets. And she always uses, like, the word we. We will do it. We can do it. We will help you. She always uses we frequently, and she doesn't know why. The reason why is that when she was growing up, her mom, single mom, raised her and taught her everything she knows about engineering. She loves her mom, and they dream about repairing a machine that lets them go around the world and help people. So, because she's retarded now, as an awakener, and she forgets everything, she forgot her mom. But she always uses the word we, but she feels that it's very important that she keeps using the word we when saying. So it feels like her mom is with her, but she forgets her mom. So that's the sad story. I go over it more in the past video, but yeah, that's her sad story. Yeah, her mother illness to the last journey. Her mother's dream was his code friend. Eventually, she forgets all memories of her mom. Despite everything she tried to remember her mom, she just forgets. So yeah, that's Nautilus' story. That's all there is to it. She's very good at repairing. Ogier. Ogier's side story is quite good. So he's just a failed knight. So I think Ogier is if he grew up. So short story, he lived hundreds of years ago, and the kingdom fell to dissolution, and he served a princess. There's a Princess Ogier love story going on, where he's a young knight protecting a very sick princess. And he was made a knight as a joke, because he was very young. Obviously, he's like 10. So he was friends with the princess, and people promoted him to a knight as the guardian knight as a joke. And the castle got invaded by invaders, and he defended the princess with his last breath, and he dies. That's it. It's actually decent and sad. It's actually a decent story. So yeah, the princess dies, and then everyone dies. And then he comes back as an awakener. So I think if they're making a Geoke here, it's probably like if he doesn't die, and he has like more years of training to become a real knight. Because, Gigachag Gear. Looking forward to it. Ramona from a timeline where we keep dying. So, in this timeline, people are following Kaylee's guides, and they keep dying to the first mob fight in the tutorial. That is Ramona's lore. Ramona's lore is that she has time powers. Every time we die in that timeline, she gets sent back. So she kept reliving the timeline like all you need is kill, like ReZero, over and over. So she has hundreds of years, or however long, trying to save us over and over again, and we just keep dying. But she keeps getting stronger and stronger with every timeline she's been through. But she keeps watching us die and keeps rewinding time. So that is Ramona's lore. She's just Ramona watching us die because we're a dog shit keeper over and over again in the tutorial. So, Alva. Soldier, based on leg. She was usually a prideful soldier of her kingdom, which is shown as a fascist empire. taking over the world. They're never fleshed out. She was a general, fought in many battles. She lost her limbs. She becomes a drill instructor. But people disrespect her because she's now useless to them because she lost her leg. A nation she devoted her entire life to, believe in, abandons her, like a typical veteran story. It's a typical veteran story, you know? In any country, mistreating veteran. Like, imagine you fought in the Vietnam War, you're abandoned. So that's what happened to Alba. She felt abandoned. She leaves her country, which she devoted her entire life to, as a disabled VA. She finds Dies, and Dies treats her well, gives her the leg and superpowers, and now she works for Dies. That is all. Karen. I go over this in every lore video, because her lore is pretty fucked up and quite insane. So, I use the same analogy every time. Karen was the most beautiful girl of her village. The most beautiful girl, and she was introduced to the king. She was hired as a maid for the king because she was so beautiful. Now, when she goes into the palace, she finds out she wasn't the most beautiful girl there. She was just a lowly maid. Why? So, Karen is an average girl. Because I remember a few decades ago when I was taking engineering classes, computer engineering classes as my minor. She was like the average girl in an engineering class, in a STEM major. Now, those of you guys in college who are STEM majors will know what I'm talking about. She's like a 3 out of 10, 5 out of 10 girl. But she's in STEM. She's a nerd. In that engineering class, she's a 10 out of 10 to every fucking other nerd there. People are throwing themselves at this poor little engineering girl student, okay? This poor little engineering student. Just average. People are, well, do their homework? Oh my gosh. She's so hot. Because you're desperate. You're an engineering major. This is like the only girl, there's only like 5 girls out of like 500 students. She's not that particularly attractive, but to you, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. That is the lore. And then, this regular 5 out of 10 girl switches majors to a business major. And those guys in college, to a business or liberal arts major. Now, an engineering 10 out of 10 girl in college is a 2 out of 10 in business majors or liberal arts majors. And you know I'm right. And you know I'm right. I'm just telling the truth here. As someone who has taken both nerd classes and finance classes, the girls in my finance classes decades ago were bombshells. Bombshells. Oh, every single time. Every single time. The girls in the engineering classes, average. Not to the average nerd there. That's what happened to Karen. She went to the palace and she realized she wasn't the hottest girl there. Hottest maid there. The kings was rewarding other maids, which are hotter and stuff. So, she got depressed. And this is when the average engineering girl, after switching majors, goes, oh, maybe I'm not as hot as I thought I was. I was just in engineering. I was just from my small village. In the big world, there are people hotter than I am. I'm out of my bubble. No, that's not what Karen does. What Karen does is Karen looked at the other girls, looks at their jewelries and their clothes, and she goes, I see what's going on here. They're more attractive, and men like the king are paying them more attention because they're wearing nicer clothes and nicer jewelry than I am. So she goes around and starts killing and drowning the other maids in secret. She puts one maid's head into a fountain and holds her down until she drowns to death. She starts murking and serial killing random maids for their drip, for their jewelry. I'm not even making this up. That is in canon lore what Karen does. So she's just going around killing people for their clothes, their necklaces, and their rings. And then after she's all dripped out, the king finally notices her. And then the entire kingdom dies to the D-tide almost immediately. It's a boring end, I know. And she drowns and dies with everyone else. Like all the other girls she drowns, she also drowns and dies. That's why she's green. She's a drowned victim. By the way, guys. And her Lovecraftian monster is a zombie. It's some kind of zombie that is drowned. Like the lurkers in The Witcher, that's what she's based on. One of those bloated corpse zombies of the water. And let me go into the lore to prove I'm not making this up, because I read all this shit. So this is when she was found. Here we go. Her master's praise always make her extraordinarily happy. She is the best maid in the world. What can she do to make herself more eye-catching? It must be the lack of earrings, necklaces, bracelets, rings, and hair ornaments. As long as I have a shiny jewelry, I will become cuter, and everyone will look at Karen more. Yes. This is Karen's lore. Instead of realizing she's not the hottest person in the finance class, she was like, it's because I'm not dripped out enough. It's because I don't have that swag. Okay? I'm not wearing the latest fashion. So, But yeah, here we go. Here's the time. Beauty was the most common currency within the palace walls. No matter how breathtaking a flower from a small town would be, it appears ordinary and rustic in such a place. His appearance can no longer buy her special treatment. She's not the hottest girl anymore. She's gas queening her way through life in this palace. Then she starts looking at the jewelry of the other girls, and then she starts drowning them and wearing her jewelry. And her story is just her going around killing random girls for her jewelry. She killed so many girls. So many girls. Now, those women watching my channel or watching this VOD, do you support Karen or not? Is what she doing logical? All the girls watching this video or the live stream. Would you kill another girl for their wedding outfit or their drip? Or their jewelry? That is what Karen is willing to do. Yeah, that is her lore. 24. Experimented on. I went over this by the sculptors. Riker. Lots of fanfics about him. Riker. Okay, let me take a deep breath while I quickly explains Riker lore. Now, contrary to popular belief, there is no gay shit in Riker's story. Now, a lot of people have headcanons or fan canons. There's nothing in canon that says Riker and N has a gay relationship. Everyone will say they have a gay relationship. So, what is Riker? Who is Riker? Why is he a furry? So, Riker was a human. He was the world's greatest detective and the world's worst detective. He is one of the dumbest persons, and he's untalented, and he's not skillful, and he's retarded. But he's the greatest detective. He got the girls, he got the ladies, he got everything. Why? His luck is 10 out of 10. That is his lore. His luck is 10 out of 10. So he was the luckiest person ever born. So when he was a detective, he does not how to do real detective work. He just automatically solves cases by being lucky. Criminals will literally just fall into his lap. He'll be walking through the streets and bump into a murderer and solve a crime. He would ignore the body and the evidence, throw a random coin, and it leads in the direction of where the criminal is. He would gamble and always win. Nothing in life held any meaning to him anymore, because his luck was 10 out of 10. Everything he does, he would always win. Anything he would bet on would always win. Anytime he goes to school and he gets multiple choice, it's always right. Everything he does always works out because of his luck. His entire life, that's why he gambles, so he can lose. That is his premise. That is his lore to start out with. So he's known as the Lucky Detective. Yeah. When he places a bet, he wins 10 times. Lucky Detective. He's not a real detective. He solves many cases by chance alone. He doesn't solve cases by deduction. He just relies on his luck. He just tours around a crime scene and stumbles on the culprit. He just walks on the road and he picks up evidence. He lives up 25 years of this. So that's what literally happens. Imagine you're a criminal and this detective was like, what the fuck is this body doing here? Disgusting. Let me follow my hunch. And then he tosses a random coin and it finds your hiding places. That was Riker. His luck was 10 out of 10. Until one day, he met N, a criminal. And N was the chaos god, doing all that. And he was catching N, his greatest adversary. And then N wagered with Riker. Poker. Or some kind of gambling game. I don't remember. Now this is where the fan fiction comes in. So Riker loses for the first time to N, the criminal he finds. So he starts gambling everything he has, and he keeps losing and losing and losing. And as all gambling addicts, he keeps doubling down, and it turns into strip poker. He gambles the very clothes off of his back, everything. And he keeps losing to N, and N was like, dude, I know I was just gambling so I can get away. Stop it. Stop it. Hey, this is the end. This is the story where he gambles with N. So the suspect mysteriously disappears. This is N. Took the reward. He finds N. Did not win a simple round. He lost his pipe, his tie, his hat, his trench coat, and he's completely naked. So this is where a lot of the gay porn comes from. So a lot of the gay fan fictions goes that Riker sold his body to N, and N fucked Riker, and Riker sucks N's dick every now and then after gambling with him. So this is where all the gay porn comes from. The strip poker. Not canon. So after he loses all of his clothes, N was like, sure, gamble your soul away. N reveals he's a chaos god, or hinted at it, and Riker was like, deal. Doesn't even hesitate to the fact that N was surprised. Riker surprised N, a chaos god who has seen everything, and was like, this guy's fucking retarded. Has he not noticed that I'm literally God? And that's why he keeps losing? He has never doubted why I keep winning on all these gambling? And Riker was like, I'm gonna win next time. I'm gonna win this time. Just, you see, Riker is gambling against a literal god. And Riker, honest to God, thinks he's gonna win the next dice roll. The next game. Against God. He's like, you just got lucky. I'll win this time. And eventually challenged him to Russian roulette. And Riker was like, bet. He doesn't even hesitate. He picked up the revolver and then blew his fucking brains out. So fast, and resurrected him. And was like, what the fuck? And Riker, instead of realizing he was just resurrected, realizing that he's against a god that can bring him back to life, you know what Riker did? He says, what are we betting in next? He just died. After the gunshot, Riker collapsed and resurrected him to make fun of him. Was like, ha ha ha, I'm actually a Chaos God. You weren't gonna win the entire game. And Riker was like, yeah, whatever. What do you want to bet on next? Because I'll win the next time. So N is fascinated by Riker. Riker's arrogance overcomes his interest. He revealed that he is N and blah, blah, blah. So N kept going. He is fucking confused as fuck how this guy is so fucking retarded. He keeps losing to this Chaos God. And he keeps gambling. And N was like, do you understand probability, Riker? Are you fucking retarded? You're not seeing what's going on here? And Riker was like, I just believe in my luck. Riker's the average gacha player who lost everything and keeps gambling. And he gambled his soul away. He gambled everything to N. And he gambled his very human body. And that's why he's a furry. So Riker gambled his entire body away. He loses his body. And N wanted to play with him some more. And he happened to have a furry body in storage. It's never explained why he has that furry body in canon. Now, in fanfiction, there's a lot of fanfiction which explains why N has that furry body. And it's all sexual, and I will not describe it. So, N just happened to have a furry body to put Riker's soul in. So that's why Riker's a furry. N ran out of bodies. He just happened to have a furry body on hand, and he puts Riker's soul inside of it, and that's why Riker is an Awakener. Technically, Riker didn't die and was resurrected, and just plopped his soul into this body that he happened to have. And Riker just was fine with it. As long as he keeps gambling. Yeah, there we go. Our beastly form. Yeah, he just happened to have the body. It says so right here. And replace him with the body that had already been wagered. So that's the lore. So basically, Riker N got the body, like whoever long ago was like, yeah, I got this. Blop. Riker, you're back. Are you still retarded? I'm going to win. Or he's like, I'm still retarded. Let's keep gambling. That's Riker's lore. Now, there's a lot of fanfics through every part of his lore because people read into it too much. So, Riker got extremely popular at this school. He was on a good path. So, spoiler, N disguised himself as Dexter, Ramona's dad, and N got jealous, and N got Riker addicted to gambling again. N got Riker to relapse into gambling in story 4 here. Nope, not story 4. Which story is it? Here we go. Story 2 is where Riker got addicted to gambling once again by N. Basically, Riker becomes very popular amongst the ladies and boys at Mythag University. Everyone's hitting on him. And Dexter, this is N, disguised as Dexter, lamented the spotlight has been stolen by the youth. However, he got Riker addicted to gambling again. This is what read between the lines. And people were like, N loves Riker so much he got jealous, like a toxic Yao relationship. So he got Riker to start gambling and starts fucking him in the basement again. So that's the fanfic. Again, nothing in this shows they're fucking. No matter what the people tell you, it's all fanfiction. But this is where most of the fanfiction come from. Dexter got jealous. He starts fucking him again. Okay. Doll, just a teacher who becomes a unit. Past players have a more in-depth version of it. Nymph. Nymph. Her lore Dog shit. She's the average millennial or Gen Z. So she's based off of a depressing poem, which I went through in my other video, which is shorter. So Nymph is based off of a poem, not a short story. So Nymph's story is that she was always sick and frail at a young age. Nymph is always sick and frail at a young age. Her parents sell everything they have to get her treatment to cure her illness. And then she's depressed. She writes depressing poems and she wants to die. Like every millennial. Very boring. That's her lore. She wants to die because she's sick and frail. And she just writes poems about how much she wants to die and leave the burden on everyone else. Her parents sell everything they have to cure her, make her better, and then they went on a trip on a boat, like the Frozen storyline. This is literally the Frozen storyline from Disney. Her parents went on a boat to cure her, and they disappear. The boat probably capsized. She got a Disney princess storyline, and then she got sad. She writes more poems. And one day, she steps out of the hospital, and she walks into the water and kills herself. The end. That is Nymph's lore in a nutshell. She says just a depressed millennial girl who wants to die. And then she kills herself. So, oh yeah, and when she comes back, she's still writing poems. He's still writing poems. So, Lily. You already know Lily. Storyline. Pandia. BDSM prisoner warden. Now, Pandia is based on a prison in a Lovecraftian short story, which past Flare shows the Lovecraftian short story. I won't, because I need to look it up again. But yeah, she's after a jail. And she tortures inmates, and she has a fetish to torturing people. She's a sadist. However, that everyone wants to be tortured about her, and I will go over again. That Pandia is dog shit design. Like, I keep going over Pandia's original concept art design. The original concept art design was 10 trillion times better than what we have. Was 10 trillion times better than what we have. I don't know why they did this. So let me go over the concept art. Whatever. Look up my concept art video. So originally Pandia was supposed to be a lot older, a lot taller, and a lot sexier. But they made her a Wally. But she's a Wally. She likes torture. She likes torturing people. Minus 2 people. There's only... I can show it. It's one of my YouTube videos. Someone link me to it because I have to look up again. Someone link me my YouTube video to me where I go over the concept art and I can show it. But I can go over the concept art if someone links me my concept art video. I would pull it up. But it's under YouTube. I have 2 videos on the Pandia original concept art. It's so much better. So there's only 3 Awakeners she's afraid of that she doesn't bully. Well, actually 4. Miriam, Wanda, Pandia, Uvash. There are only 4 units she's afraid of, which I'll go over why later. G. Murphy, I already went over. Caucus. What's his storyline? He's just the average Ohio boy from Cleveland. So, he was born half fish, half man, half Lemurian, half man. He was bullied because he was half fish, half man like Aquaman. And he was born in Ohio. Now, this is not something I made up. This is actual lore. He was born in present-day Ohio. Cleveland. And you know from one of these quotes. Where is it? Where is it? Canonically, he's from Ohio. And his only good person was his uncle. Here we go. This. So this quote, Caucus is canonically from Ohio, Cleveland. So yeah, he was bullied and he was retarded. Yeah, just link one of them. Just DM me one of them and I'll pull it up. Yeah, it's both of them. Both of them I go over it. So This is Caucus lore. He's from Cleveland, Ohio. And like all Cleveland, Ohio students, he was bullied super hard for being half fishman. And he one day decides to run away. He decides to jump in the water and swim. And he realized he can swim better. He can swim away from his problems, embracing his merman side. But as he swims far enough, he realizes too late his fins don't work that well. And he drowns because he's retarded. And he dies, and he was resurrected by Miriam. That's Cox's story. He tries to swim. Since he was half fish, half man, he's not fully one or the other. His gills were underdeveloped. So, he drowned. The end. The end. Nothing else. So, someone linked me my video. Thank you. Thank you. Then go over it. So, where is it? There we go.
In this
is 1 year ago, guys. I'm going to show you the original concept art. There's a lot of concept art, and there's concept art of the units that are going to come out as well. Boom. So this is Pandia's concept art, right here. That is vastly superior than what we got. You guys can agree or disagree. This is Pandia. She was so much better. So much hotter. She's going to be a BDSM warden, clothed like this. Do you agree or disagree? But yeah, that is the Pandia concept art right here. Now, back to Caucus here. Resurrected, blah blah blah, serves as a henchman, bad with money. Pontos, his story was recent, not gonna go over it. Arita, retarded jellyfish in a town. So Arita is a jellyfish. The entire town died, but figments of them tried to play with her and pretend they're alive and whatnot. Sad story. She doesn't know that they all died. Sangha, crazy artist woman, crazy art student. So Sangha was a crazy art student who worked for a guy who steals all of her sculptures and steals all of her work and presented them as his own. She never cared about that. She let them steal off his art. Oh, wait. This is the Persona 5 storyline for, whatever his name was. What's that fucking guy from Persona 5? It's been so many years since I played Persona 5. You know what I'm talking about. The exact same storyline. Her mentor / teacher stole her artworks and her sculptures and presented them as his own, and she was fine with it. Turns out, she's got interested in the D-type, in Lemuria. So, she keeps listening to, like, the Eldritch Whispers, and she gets going more crazy and crazy. And eventually, one day, she starts carving people. Like one of her friends, she carves them into a sculpture. And then, she carves herself into a sculpture. That's why she looks like this. Into a coral sculpture. So, that's how she died. She kills herself by making herself into a sculpture. It's not explained why. Everyone was shocked. And then, many years later, we resurrect her as an awakener. She's a crazy artist, made herself into a sculpture. Next. Goliath. Tribe, Philistines, betrayed. Miriam decapitates him. That is all. Corpo. Based on 1,000 Leagues Under the Sea, or whatever the book is called. Her lore in here is that she's just a captain. She leaves her ship. She got lost in a storm. We resurrect her many years later. That's all. Pretty boring. Vortex. Raised by otters. Retarded. Muzzled her. Retarded girl. Thinks like a 5-year-old. So, Tulu. Already went over it. Dream. God powers. One of the strongest units in lore. Murphy. Went over it before G. Murphy. Have a little bit of G. Murphy's power. Not as strong as G. Murphy, because she didn't burn baby. No lore. Miriam. Introduced in her chapter. Went over it. Celise. Introduced in a Miriam chapter. Her thing is that she is so weak and frail. She's part boat. By the way, Celise is part boat. That's her lore, by the way, guys. I bet you guys didn't zoom out, did you? I bet none of you guys zoomed out. She's part boat. Now, that's why her wheels and her abilities are deemed by boats. So, Celise, she's the weakest Awakener because she was tied to Elton. So, she's fragile. No one believes in her. So, how do we keep her tangible? We pray to her. So, Mithag does like prayer sermons to worship her, to keep her tangible so she doesn't disappear. She's the weakest unit in lore because she's about to disappear and be erased from existence. Yeah, her body is very, very, very pale. She can disappear at any moment. Here we go. Here's where I explain it. So this is how fragile she is. Her Gnosis insect, her power level is near zero. She has nothingness. She's like a ghost. She's like a ghost ship. Aria Fate, she's beginning to disappear. She's like, you can literally put your hand through her sometimes when she's very weak. She's that fragile. She's made out of tissue paper. That's why her stats are so low. So that's why the Awakening Department organized a small order to sustain her existence by supplying religious belief. Yes, they started a prayer club in order to keep her alive. They have to worship her to keep her alive, otherwise she will be erased from existence. That's how weak she is in lore. I went over Pharos' lore and how evil she is. Carol Realm. Jellet Hellet. So Jellet is the alternative version of Hellet, where she's a slave but worse. They're both slaves. So Jellet has a worse slave master who starts removing her limbs. So those guys who don't pay attention, yeah, she doesn't have arms. They cut off her arms because she was abused in the gladiatorial arenas and she was tortured heavily, Anakin Skywalker style. So I call her Anakin Skywalker. You know why? She killed them all, the woman and the children. So she is insanely angry compared to base Jellet because she was tortured super hard, and brutally massacred everyone. And it says it here in story 1. I remember the story. No exceptions. The men, women, old people, children, all killed by a massive blunt weapon, bodies or heads smashed. That's her lore. So, the woman and the children. Anakin Skywalker. Sand people. Thorazine. R1 over. Pikmin. In Thorazine's kingdom, an artist who paints stuff into reality. Also, he's part ghoul. By the way, guys, he's supposed to be ugly. By the way, guys, Pikmin is Lovecraftian. This is supposed to be seen as monstrous, just like Kaisa in League of Legends. So if you think Pikmin is hot, in lore, you're supposed to be appalled by his ghoul-like features, because ghouls are supposed to be ugly. He's an ugly little creature. Obviously, that is not the case because this is a gacha game. Faint. Dirty alien. Faint and Tinct are sisters from a dirty alien planet. So they just copied, word for word, Krypton. It's based on Lovecraftian monsters, but they're both aliens from a planet named Krypton. I'm going to call it Krypton. And the planet was going to be destroyed. So, what happened when the planet was going to be destroyed? Tinct was the famous one. They were both poor, and Tinct made the money as a singer. And she used all of her money to provide for Faint. And the lore is that they both love each other and think they are the burden to the other sister. They both want to die and sacrifice each other for the other person. That's the common trope lore. Now, while the planet was evacuating this dirty alien planet, Tink, because she was a singer, very famous, can only have one ticket. So she shoved Feint into the escape pod / ship and stayed behind the planet to sacrifice herself for Feint. And Feint then crash lands on our planet. We find the silver core, we resurrect her. Then we find Tink, we resurrect her too. That's the lore. It's literally Krypton. They're both aliens from another planet. Feint crash land here in a meteorite. It's literally the Superman storyline. They don't have anything original here. Look. Investigate. A meteor impact. Radiation. We found Feint. That's why she's curled up like this, by the way. Escape pod. Krypton. Aegis. We find out in her story. Dies, Arya went over. Zoo. Bloated woman. So she's supposed to look like a bloated corpse. She's supposed to be insanely fat. So Zoo is based off of a Lovecraftian monster goddess that someone linked into my Discord. I need to find it again. Someone linked it earlier today or yesterday. So Zoo, in lore, is based off a very, very fat lady who stinks. Who is like oozing stink like a Nurgle. So instead of making her fat, they made her thick. And they kept the poison element. So she's supposed to be insanely obese. This Zoo is hot. She poisons her husband. Or husbands. So her gimmick is that she lures you. And she marries you. She fucks you. And she poisons you to death. After one night with her. She poisons men to death. She does fuck you. That's her lore simplified. Is it worth it? Die after one night of sex. So yeah, that is Zoo's lore simplified. Lei. So Lei is one of the few people Pandia is scared of. She is a sadomasochist. She loves it when you hit her. So, she was born in a noble family with particularities. She was kept in a cage in a dungeon. Her brother became a serial killer to feed her homeless people. She hates herself. She was tortured. She was in a cage. She loves that. That's her kink. And she wants everyone to beat the shit out of her, tear her apart, abuse her, choke her to death. So all of these implements you see on her is consensual. And after she is freed and her brother dies trying to feed her homeless people, she starts kidnapping homeless people to beat her up so she can eat and kill them. She hunts homeless people. She's a serial killer with a severe sadist streak. She wants you to whip her, beat her within an inch of her life, and she wants Pandia to torture her. Now, Pandia, being a person who loves torturing, is scared of Pandia is scared of Lei because Lei is too freaky for her. Now, in a past video, I show Lei cosplay for the Chinese community. They like cosplaying as Lei. Very popular there. So if you go to past versions, you find out the old cosplay videos. Some of them are not safe for work because they keep it. So, yeah. That's Lei's story. Now, how far does it go, players? Surely it can't be that bad. People who want her as your waifu does not understand how far deep she goes to scare Pandia off. So, she goes around the campus trolling people after you recruit them. She rage baits you so you can beat the shit out of her. Like, she will walk up to you if you're black and call you the N-word so that you would beat the shit out of you. That's the type of person she is. And everyone avoids her because she goes around campus rage baiting people. And it doesn't work on anyone but Uvash. So what happened? So she goes around provoking people and savoring their anger. Hurt me. Come on. Beat the shit out of me. Until Uvash happened, she trolls Uvash. And Uvash actually beats the shit out of her. That her teeth falls out. He beats her like the average cop in America within an inch of her life. She loses teeth. So you ask for it, he beats the shit out of her. And while she's on the floor, teeth falling out of her mouth, she's like, I still have plenty of teeth. Take them. Anyone, please take them all. That's right. She asks for more. Uvash just beats the shit out of her. She lost teeth. And she's like, I still have a few teeth, Uvash. Come back. Oh, that was so hot. I still have like a few teeth now. Can you knock out all my teeth? Yeah. That's how much of a freak she is. It goes further. When she kidnaps homeless people to eat, she lets them escape. And during their escape, she leaves like weapons and implements so they can beat her. So they can try escaping, fighting for their lives. These homeless people trying to escape from this serial killer. And every time she's like disappointed and like, hit me harder next time if you want to escape. He 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 he. And then she eats them because none of them are willing to harm her, hit her hard enough. Yeah. Yeah. So this is one of her victims. One of her homeless victims that was like vampire monsters. And they were beat her and tried to escape. And blood is pooling down from Lay's head. And Lay was like, aw, next time when you try to escape, can you hit me harder? This is canon lore right now. Next time, could you please try a little harder? This is the canon lore. She goes around wanting people to beat her. It's all consensual. Now, some of the more recent lore goes more graphic about how she can, she wants you to beat her. She fucking wants people to brand her. She wants to be treated like a slave. So she goes around every time we get a new Awakener. When there's ever a Lay update, a Lay story update, she goes and tries to rage bait them or tries to get them to dominate her. Yeah, that's Lay, everyone. So,
my dream wife.
Agrippa, slave owner. So Agrippa is from Roman times. So her parents were slave owners. They own a coliseum where gladiatorial arenas fight each other in Roman times. Blah blah blah. She's like a slave owner daughter, and there's a slave revolt. She runs away because they hang her parents, and they're gonna hang and do unspeakable things to her. I'm gonna say right now, the fucking slaves were mad, and they were gonna rape Agrippa. They were gonna rape her to death. She didn't want that. She wanted Uvash to kill her so she doesn't get raped to death. Because her slaves were justifiably mad that they were slaves. They killed her parents, and she was spoiled and rich, and they're gonna rape her to death. So she asked Uvash to kill her. This story was rewritten a bunch of times. So the current story is whatever. She comes back. She's a spider lady now in a labyrinth, and she can barely read. So that's her past. She's the daughter of slave owners, and she owns people. And she and Uvash has a history, because Uvash was one of her slaves. I'll go into Uvash and why Uvash was her slave. So, in recent times, she's learning how to read. She's one of the few Awakeners that takes her studies very seriously, because she was illiterate. So, she's learning how to read, and people want to make her waifu. She has a fetish. She wants to lay her eggs inside of you. She traps people in her dungeons. She lays her eggs inside of you. And then the spiderlings hatches from your body and crawls out of you alien style. That is what she does in her labyrinth to who knows how many victims after she becomes an Awakener. That is her fetish. She lays her eggs inside of you. You become pregnant and you born babies. I read all this lore so I can trash on it. Also, believe it or not, I was a very good student in school. I have a very decent memory. I read a lot of trash. I have a decent memory when it comes to bullshit lore. I remember a lot of random facts. You can call me smart. you can call it, it's just route memorization. I have very good route memorization for things I read. Like tax code. I'm a tax accountant. I know the tax code really well. Whether you think that makes me smart or not is up to you. But again, I remember this lore. So, Sorrel. Just a noble. She's a famous celebrity. Karen sells her bath water. She breaks a contract with Ben. That's her story. She's a famous influencer noble lady who's also an awakener. That was tied to N. So how she got her power, she signed some kind of deal with N. And in her storyline, which is quite decent, we find out that she like, all according to Kakaku, she dies, and we resurrect her a second time, and she becomes weaker. So she dies twice. She becomes an awakener, dies, and resurrect her to break her contract with N. So because she died, her contract is broken and resurrected. She's just weaker. So in lore, Sorrel used to be like 4 times as strong as she is now, but she was just resurrected again, so she's weaker. So yeah, that's her lore. Her story is quite good. Read it. Salvador, I went on rants with him every time I talk about him. I hate his lore. He's just a good priest. There's no twists. He's the only awakener that's a good person. He's a boring priest character. And again, I cannot go into big of a rant right now because I've been talking for so long that I'm losing my fucking voice. I don't have any water left to refill it. But unlike Kire from Fate, unlike Mazgul from Berserk, unlike Alexander Anderson from Hellsing, he has no skeletons in his basement. He's just a good priest. Boring. He forgives his enemy. That's the big plot twist of his story. He's actually a good person, when everyone else is bad. Saya, collab character. Uvash. Now Uvash, slave during Caligula, Nero, and a bunch of Roman emperors. He's been a slave for a long time. He's been a battle-crazed slave, and he's based off of a Lovecraftian creature named Uvash. Now, unlike Uvash in Lovecraft, this Uvash is hot. So let me pull up Uvash. So this is what Uvash is supposed to look like here. So let me pull up Uvash's picture. Boom. So this is what Uvash is based off, Lovecraft story-wise. I'll pull up my sources, unlike fucking retards. Unlike fucking Kayla, who doesn't know any dog shit about anything. So this is what Uvash is supposed to look like. And this is his story. The advent of Uvash. There are a lot of Cthulhu stories about Uvash. They made him a waifu character. And there are other pictures of Uvash. If you go to Google Images. This is another picture of Uvash right now. Or that's Cthulhu. That's Cthulhu, sorry. A couple of these pictures are of Uvash. So yeah. Yeah, there you go. This is actual Uvash. This is a fan-made picture of Uvash right now. Yeah. This is what Uvash is supposed to look like. This is what he looks like in-game. This is what he's supposed to look like. Looks like in-game. So yeah. In this version, Uvash loves fighting. So, he's a slave, and he loves being a battle slave during Romans. He loves being a slave. That is his lore. He is slave, and he fought in numerous wars for numerous rulers. He was a hero, blah, blah, blah. Roman, original barriers, Bernat state, blah, blah, blah. So he was tortured for a while. He has so many owners. What does that mean? He has a lot of fanfic around him too. There's a lot of gay fanfic regarding Uvash. Because as a slave, he has to do whatever you say. Now, unlike all the other gay fanfics, there's a lot of straight fanfics for Uvash, where he has owners like Agrippa, who uses him as a fuck toy in the Chinese community. There's a lot of fanfics where girls write stories of owning Uvash and making him be a good lover. Now, Why is he very popular among straight girls? He's one of the few guys who values consent in his procreation story. Because a lot of girls fell in love with Uvash after reading his frenzy story. After reading this. So, this is the intro. I'm not going to go over it all the way. So, when he's romancing you during the procreation frenzy, he leaves organs and random organs from victims at your doorstep. Like lungs, hearts, and whatnot at your doorsteps as a romantic courtship. He doesn't rape you. Goliath rapes you. So that's what Uvash does. He courts you the old-fashioned way. He gives you gifts. He serenades you. Granted, the gifts are organs, hearts, and body parts. And it's implied he goes around killing people who annoys you slightly and offering their organs and hearts to you at your table as like a gift of flowers. So reading that, a lot of people found Uvash and his way of romancing you really hot. So there's a lot of fan fictions about Uvash straight fanfics. It's like if someone showed up at your doorstep and was like, hey, I've been stalking you for a while, and while you were driving to work, I know a couple people cut you off, so I decapitated them. I decapitated every driver that cut you off. Here you go. I made them, arrange them into a bouquet of flowers. And girls were like, I want a man who loves me that hard. I want a man. I can fix him. So that's why there's so much straight fanfic of girls loving Uvash. Because they're like, I want Uvash as my slave. I want Uvash to love me. He can kill whoever he wants for me. Yeah, so yeah, there's a lot of fanfics, straight fanfics, about Uvash among the Chinese female community who read his lore. So yeah, that's his lore. He likes fighting. And by the way, he may have known Jesus. He may have known this world's Jesus. Why? Because Hannah, Goat Hannah, he's one of the few awakeners where it has a story section of what he does every day. Because Hannah is our newspaper reporter. And what she does is she stalks awakeners. So here. This is his daily schedule every day. 4:30 a.m. 6-mile jog, argued with an old lady, and kicked a poodle into the air. Lunch. He eats honey pancakes, olive appetizers, 5 servings of roast lamb. He eats a lot. Hot. He goes to the fight club. 10 wings. This is what he does every day after we recruit him. He goes to literal fight clubs. Every day. Went to the theater. Watched The Shepherd King. Jesus. In the theater with the keeper. Get thrown out for shouting dangerous political opinions. That's right. He is a political nerd. He has very strong opinions on politics. Very, very strong opinions on politics. And in some calls, he trash talks politicians and compares them to old rulers and kings he was the slave of. It doesn't. Now they don't actually say what he trash talks them on because they don't want to make it political. But that's his hobby. 22, found laundering near the St. Marian Hospital. Blood bag death. Danger level SSS. So there's a lot of things he does wrap the story as well. He likes fighting. Also, he's fucking retarded. So he purposely does not know how to read and write. Because it doesn't help him fight. He lived through all of history for thousands of years, lived through Roman emperors. And he's like, yeah, we did something. Can you translate this, Uvash? You lived during that time. What, read? What are you, a fucking nerd? What are you, a fucking nerd? Me? You're asking if I knew how to read Latin? What am I, a fucking nerd? I was a slave. I was doing cool shit. I was fighting gladiators. I was killing people. I was using wars. Reading? What are you, a fucking nerd? That is his lore. He's a fight fanatic who's very into politics. Castor, based off the thing, betrayed by Pollux. Castor and Pollux were part of a cult. Pollux backstabbed Castor. That's the lore simplified. I don't know why they wrote so many chapters or many texts. That's all you need to know. Pollux betrays Castor because Pollux is more vain than Castor. Jenkins, orphan. Now, I'm going to additional details. While Brown is the strongest unit, because Brown lived for a long time. Jenkins had a sad story. Their parents abandoned him as an orphanage. They became friends with Brown, and then they became adopted sister of 24, and they love each other. 24 and Jenkins are very close. They love each other. It's the strongest relationship in the story. It's very sad. It's very touching. They love each other. Blah, blah, blah. So, standard orphan. I like Jenkins' lore. One of the few lores I actually like. But, by the way, the rat is some kind of alien or something. Because, here we go. This is Jenkins' lore. Where is it? She was waiting at an orphanage for a long time. Here we go. I am not an orphan, says 16-year-old Jenkins. My mom went to work. She will pick me up after she's done. So for many years, she thought that the mom was just leaving her at the orphanage. The mom never picks her up. Never wavered. So every time, and then the time skip. I'm an orphan. 4 years later, I don't have parents. I only have Brown. So after many years, she realized her mom abandoned her. And then more years coming by, I am not an orphan. I have my sister Mason and my best friend Brown. And then it's a touching story when you go deep about how she found an adopted family because her mom abandoned her. But you notice something here? 6 years old, 13 years old, and when we meet her, she was like 15 or something. Brown was alive the entire time. The average rat only lives a few years. Brown is an entity. I joke about this in my other video. Brown is the actual awakener. Jenkins is just Brown's limiter, okay? G. Brown will destroy everything. Brown is the actual thing. How is that rat still alive? By the way, that rat in lore can read. That rat can read. Jenkins has fucking Brown read off notes and talk to Jenkins. How can a rat know how to read? So yeah, Brown is some kind of alien monster that's going to be revealed in the future. It's never explained how a fucking rat can fucking read.
The rat doesn't read. Jenkins pretends because she's playing pretend she's a kid.
No. The rat can read. Because in one storyline, Jenkins sends the rat into like a secret layer, and the rat reads the notes and relays what's on the notes back to Jenkins.
Oh shit! Yeah,
right. The rat can fucking read.
What the fuck? The rat can read?
Yeah, it's some kind of fucking monster.
Maybe they have telepathy between each
So
other.
Winkle. No, this was before Jenkins became an awakener. This is just regular human Jenkins. And the rat can fucking read. So Winkle. Winkle. The trans awakener. Now, I'm not talking about transsexual. You dirty bigots. I don't care about that. This is Winkle. She's trans. She's not transsexual. She's trans species. The lore behind Winkle is that she's an alien monster who inhabited a human corpse. And her entire gimmick and why she's uncomfortable is because she experiences body dysmorphia. So Winkle is very, very uncomfortable within her own body, which is why I place her F tier waifu. You cannot fuck her. She's uncomfortable in her own body. She's not a girl. She's not a dude. She's an alien who's uncomfortable in this body. So throughout this story, every time you talk to her, she's very uncomfortable. She experiences severe body dysmorphia and is very depressed because she's not used to this human girl body. So the original Winkle, the body, is just a regular student that died. And we just let some kind of alien creature possess the body. This is not a good school. This is not a good setting. Yeah, imagine you die and some alien creature inhabited your body and it was like, ew, disgusting. Yeah, she is a trans person who experienced severe body dysmorphia and just wants her own body. But yeah, every now and then she's like, oh, my body, uncomfortable. I'm so uncomfortable and I fear. And she's so disgusted that she wakes up and she has a vagina and boobs, 2 eyes, and a tongue. So what kind of alien she was is not described, but in the Lovecraftian lore, it is described what kind of alien it is. It's some kind of like space alien deity that's like has no real body, made out of pure energy or something. Doesn't have a physical body, blah blah blah. Doesn't have a gender. Now she's forced into a body with boobs and stuff, and she's like disgusting. Erica is a robot fusion experiment from 2 scientists. So there are 2 Ericas. That's why she has 2 forms. You ever wondered why Erica's mechanic is she has 2 forms? It's because she's 2 people in 1 machine. What happened is there are 2 researchers experimenting on the Tide and a robot. There's a smart, calm researcher, the nice researcher, and there's the crazy researcher who's like genocidal. So they do like a unsanctioned experiment, the crazy one does, and the sane one try to stop them. Big explosion happens. They fusion Haw into Erica. And the reason why she's a monotonous robot with no feelings is because both personalities are fighting each other to keep control over the main body. So while the good one is suppressing the bad, evil one down, Erica has no feelings or emotions because she cannot have feelings or emotions. Otherwise, the evil one takes over, the crazy evil one. And in chapter 1, the bad guys unleash the evil Erica and you factory reset her back into neutral Erica again. But yeah, she's like 2 souls in 1 body, a robot body, and that's Erica. That's her lore. Mad scientist, fusion hall, battle for the body. So Cassia, evil magician lady. So Cassia's lore is that she knows magic, and she's an evil magician. Why is she evil? She's bored. She was always talented at a young age. It was explained in her lore. When she was young, she was super smart. She's like super smart. She learns everything in like a second. She flips through books. She mastered magic. She became friends with like the circus people. And she just does disappearing. She does like sick magic tricks because she finds it fun. She's basically like the Joker. Because she finds it entertaining. Because it's the only thing that finds her and she only thing she finds entertaining anymore. So she works with the bad guys because she was bored. Yeah, rare experience. All the brave souls. And everyone who sees her magic shows dies or disappears. Carnival is not responsible for such as loss of appetite, missing limbs, lost eyes, abdominal ruptures. So yeah, her magic shows, she just like does sick things, but funny. Like saying, watch as I make your eyeballs disappear. Boom. Mars! You see? I made his eyeballs disappear. Ha ha ha. That's what happens. Watch as I pull a rabbit out of this hat. Wait, is that my like dead dog? Oops. It's someone's dead dog again. Let me put that back in. And she pulls out someone's dead baby that she just conjured out of some pregnant woman's belly. This is kind of a magic trick she does. Watch as I saw this guy in half. You get where I'm going with this. She does it because she finds it entertaining. She finds it fun. And she joins the bad guys because she finds it fun. And she's a sociopath. Yeah. From her childhood, she extraordinary talent for mimicry. She can replicate anything flawlessly after one lesson. Obscure circus. Yeah, she grew up in a circus. Oh, yeah. She also grew up in a circus. So she was raised by circus people, like the Joker in Gotham, at least. Emotions, blah, blah, happiness. Had magic carmino, rope, greatest spectacle. So you can headcanon what you do here. Yeah. Depression. Yeah. She wants to be happy. Because she's a sociopath with no feelings. So, Arachne. You already know about her from her chapter. Liz. Failed dancer. Again, I want to point out every time I go over this, I hate this art. Look at it. Look at where her legs are coming from. Look at her torso. I want to put this on screen while you guys look closely at this concept art and notice the legs do not match up with her torso. I hate this. This matches up, but in the new art, it has to be like AI or some shit, dude. It's like, doesn't match up. It's like my biggest complaint about her art here. So I'm going to leave this on the screen as you guys get mind broken by realizing how uncanny this is. But, Liz, failed ballerina. You know the song where I shit on him in a rap? Yeah, all my rap videos, all the lyrics I make on my AI music videos are based on real lore, because I should read it. A failed ballerina. That's her lore. She got upstage a failed ballerina, and then she burned down the theater and everyone in it in green flames. That's the short version of her lore. She got jealous of another dancer who is better than her, and she burned it all down. So it's Black Swan. It's Black Swan. It's like Black Swan with Natalie Portman and Mila Kunis. So, Daffodil. This is the fake Daffodil. This is a D-tied entity. So, she's a monster. A mimicry monster. Who is raised by the real Daffodil, who's a store owner. Who taught her how to be human and treat her like a person. When the real Daffodil died of old age, this Daffodil took her form and her personality and her mannerisms. And she developed a personality similar to real Daffodil, as the D-tied monster becomes a human being with emotions, trying to figure out what it's like to be human. That's the concept of her lore. That's why she's inhuman and she's trying to be human to the best of her capabilities. What does she really look like? Only we know. Because in one of these pictures, which I'll scroll over, is Daffodil showing us her real face. Here we go. We never actually see her real face, but she morphs into her real face. She's just a D-tied slime creature that takes Daffodil's form. Here. That takes Daffodil's form here. So yeah, that is Daffodil's lore. Also, she goes dimensions and she headhunts. She does like some side business on the side. Her side story was pretty good. I go over it in my video where I go over every side story. Again, my other video goes into more in-depth. I'm just going into a brief overview now. So, Wanda. Alien overlord from another planet. She's an alien. That's why she's... I don't know what kind of fucking shade that is. Fucking dust black fucking coal. That's why her skin is coal. She's a dirty alien. Now, in this kingdom, she was queen and she wants to build her kingdom here. And she has multiple husbands. She mutilates and kills. Because every husband's tried to marry her and fucking take over her kingdom. So, this concept art, all of these people, these are her husbands. She muzzles them. She cut off their limbs. She cut off their fucking dicks to use them as furniture. Multiple husbands. Multiple husbands. She tortures them and mutilates them. Yas Queen. Now, it turns out she's a good queen. She just leans into the Mad Queen. She treats all her subjects fairly. She hates most men. She's a men hater. She's a feminist. She hates her husbands. She cut off their fucking dicks. She fucking muzzles them. She fucking make them her slaves. She uses them as furnitures. Her lore is a lot of male domination. So if you're into male domination, you read her story and you read how she treats her husband. So yeah, it's based on her story. Her kingdom all fell. Her planet fell to the D-Tide. Everyone got corrupted. Her planet all fell to D-Tide. And in her planet's last moments, she had a magnificent ball. A magnificent ball, which is depicted in one of these images here. Yeah, here we go. Notice how everything is getting consumed by the D-Tide, and she's getting consumed by the D-Tide. This is her last moments in her kingdom, where she watches everything goes to shit. So she wants to make her kingdom back. So that is Wanda's lore. Horla. Lesbian tragic romance. Horla wrote good romance stories. She wrote the best poems. And she was betrayed by Colette. Now people want Colette to become an awakener. Colette is very popular. Colette is very, very popular. So Colette and her are best friends. Now Horla was part of a rich family. And she made the poems which are adored by all. And Colette was her gardener. So Colette would buy poems from Horla. They were best friends. It's implied they have like a lesbian sort of romance together. So, what happens? Colette burns her alive and the entire estate. And Horla dies. The end of Horla before she becomes an awakener. Fast forward 15 years or whatever, we resurrect Horla as an awakener. We meet Colette again. Gilf Colette. We meet Gilf Colette, who reveals that she was the one who burned Horla and the entire estate alive. And what does she do? She steals all of Horla's poems, and she writes a sad story on how Horla was her best friend. Because this is all true. Horla was her best friend. They loved each other. But she wanted to climb up from being a lowly gardener to become rich. So in the years since, she has taken over the estate. She uses Horla's poems as her own, and she becomes very rich and powerful over the decades. After burning her friend alive. So I'm going to look at young Colette here. That's the tragic story. This is young Colette. Horla's best friend, bosom friend. Most unforgivable joy. When Horla's talent began to take root, Colette took away her wealth, fame, and life within a raging fire. Yes. And she felt sort of some regrets of it, so she collaborated with Herbert to bring back the world of poetry with Horla's poems, blah, 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 because she really misses the days where her friends was alive. But she wanted the rich and fame. Because remember, she's poor. She became jealous that Horla had everything. She was not only born rich, she was also talented. It was okay that her friend was just her rich friend she worked for. But not only was she rich, she was also insanely talented at making poems that she cannot ascribe to be. She was like, why is this so unfair? This is the typical anime trope, which is why I think it's garbage. It's like the typical trope of like, why is so unfair? This protagonist was born with everything. They were born into wealth. They were born with talent. They are also hardworking. So Horla was also hardworking. She won at life. Because it's okay if she was just a lazy noble that Colette is more talented in. But not only is she rich, she's also better than Colette in every way. She's nicer than Colette. She gives charities more than Colette. She forgives more than Colette. She donates more than Colette. She's just a better person in every way than her friend. Like, she's not snotty. She knows the value. She's better than her. So she burns her alive, took her poems, and wrote the sad story about how the story and she becomes rich. So we bring Horla back to life. They confront each other. We confront Gilf Colette. Gilf Colette dies. And now everyone wants one of the Colettes to become an Awakener. So that's the lesbian toxic relationship that everyone memes about in the community. It's a very lesbian coded here. It's very lesbian coded. So I agree they're probably lesbians here. They're probably lesbians here. So let me see if I can find this story where it shows Gilf Colette. There's not there. It's in one of these. It shows the Gilf Colette model. Nope, this is after the story's done. So I'm going to show Gilf Colette here. So you can decide if this is Gilf Colette or not. Which one is this? If you find this before I do, just tell me. Where is Gilf Colette? I really wish they wish the screenshot because it has its own model. No, this is past Colette here. This is past Colette. Colette's sister, blah blah. Don't be sad, Colette. So Colette basically manipulates everyone, thinking like she's super sad, but she's the one that caused the fire. Yeah, you won't hate me. Yeah, this is after she burns Horla alive. I tried hard to live, but compared to you, why am I the contemptible one? Yeah, she's just very, very jealous of Horla. You didn't give me a single reason to hate you. You forced me to live out my remaining days in pain. Yeah, she's so sad because even while Horla is being burned to death, Horla forgives Colette. That's how much of a good person. Yeah, this is Gilf Colette today. Now, it's up to you guys whether you want Gilf Colette or young Colette as an Awakener. Probably as one of them are going to become an Awakener at some point. So this is what Colette looks like when we meet her again. So which version of Colette do you prefer better? The young Colette, the cute one, or this one? Gilf version. While Horla stayed young. Horla forgives her. But she's like, how can you be so nice? Why can't you have a single flaw? So, Tanked, Alien, Singer. Clem went over, Pollux went over. Yeah, that's every Awakener covered. And their lore. Yeah, I remember all this lore, sticking shit on it. This is a dog shit story. Don't read it. Don't fucking read it. It's a waste of your fucking time. It's a waste of my time. Every time I read a chapter, it's such bad writing that I see again and again in every piece of fucking lore. Every piece of fucking lore is such bad writing. Such bad writing. Characters come and go. Like, the side characters are better. Like Zort only appears for like 1 or 2 scenes. Never fleshed out. Sylvia, side character. She's hot. Look at her. Good Awakener design. Doesn't think it's here. Herbert, main villain, doesn't appear. I've never explained in depth so far. It's been years. Tie up one storyline. Alistar in a wheelchair. Never fleshed out. These characters are not fleshed out. Instead of fleshing them out, they just move on to a new character to introduce. Dexter, revealed, is not Dexter. Is actually Ed the entire time. The real Dexter, dead for all these years. Cop out. Cop out. And Chaos God. He's okay. He's okay. Boring story. Like, all these characters just abandoned. Like, anytime you get attached to an NPC, bland. Albino appears now and then. We just know he eats his brothers and sisters. He's a snake man. He's very popular among the straight and gay communities. Very popular. Rarely shows up. He's now showing up more frequently. I think he's going to become an Awakener very soon. Okay, since this is very towards the end of the lore video, I think he's probably going to be the Ultra Awakener or Blue Awakener they're going to tease. Because Light did tease we're going to get another male unit. So if I were to place my bets, Albino is probably the male unit we're probably going to get really soon. Because he's either going to be blue or ultra. So, spoiler alert. So, Light did say we're going to get one more male unit. We're going to get one more male unit besides G2Lu. So I have a strong feeling, since he's appearing more often, it's going to be albino. But it could be Ed or someone. I don't know. But yeah, not fleshed out. Not fleshed out here. I think it's going to be albino. I think it's going to be albino. But I'm more on the gay. I know what the gays want. The gays want either Gwen or Elton. The gays either want Gwen or Elton to become the male unit. So, let me see if I find Elton here. Yeah, either Gwen or Elton. So these are what the gays want. I don't see a lot of girls wanting these guys to come back, but these two units are what people want to become Awakeners in the gay community, I guess. Either Gwen or Elton. Now, Elton's lore is he just lost his family. He's like an older, slightly chubby guy. So the gays want him because they don't want like a bear character. Enough for the twinks. Give us a bear. So he's like the bear archetype here. This is his lore, and he's like a kind old man. So it's either gonna be Gwen, Elton, or albino. Is my bets, unless they make an entirely new man, which doesn't make sense to be honest. So yeah, that's the lore of most of these units. I'm gonna go over the other dog shit things. Like Deborah, people have been wanting Deborah to be a unit. We're probably gonna get Sarah first. So Sarah is the one running the Aegis orphanage, and she is an Awakener in Arc 2. She's just not a unit in. So, big spoiler alert. She was planned to be an Awakener in Arc 1. They just haven't made her an Awakener yet. So eventually we are going to get Sarah as a unit. We just don't know when yet. This is a confirmed unit because she is an Awakener in lore right now. She's just not a unit. So people say that these dots under her eyes means trouble. Every time I bring this up, I don't understand. Because I haven't met any girl IRL with a dot underneath their eyes. I'm going to say something controversial, but last time I did a waifu tier list, people referred to them as like whore markers or slut markers or whatnot. If you ever see a girl with these dots underneath their eyes, you like run. I'm like, why? But everyone's like, any girl with these dots on their cheeks, you just run. They mean trouble. They'll ruin your fucking life. And I think that's overblown. Deborah, I don't think we're going to get Deborah for a while. I think there's other girls which are more popular, like Francis. I think we're going to get Francis before we get fucking Deborah. I want Hannah to become one. Sophia is boring. I don't want Sophia to become a unit. But all these characters are going to become units one day when they killed them off. Yeah, I never heard of that here. I think it's fake news whenever I do a waifu tier list. I think it's fake news. Juliet is also boring. I don't want her to become an Awakener. But fact is, all these dead characters are going to become an Awakener one way or another. All these characters are going to become an Awakener one day or another. So, now, how long has it been? Is that a comprehensive lore video? 4 hours, 15 minutes. Damn. That's longer than my last one. It's worse too. This is a objectively worse video. I ended the recording. This is an objectively worse video because I did not pull up these sources. But I did it again more angrily. Sylvia should be Awakener. Her Zani's very good. Yeah. I really dislike most of the lore in this game. There's only a few things I actually like. Very, very few. Very few. Oh, by the way, these things, by the way. I hate this. I want to read this, but I hate how there's a delay every time you click on something. Just let me click through so I can read it all at once. It's just a small nitpick here. I hate this. I hate this, the waiting. I can read faster than this. I'm a speed reader. I can read faster than the text goes out here. The text comes so slow. You dare? See? See that pause? I can read my voice. And mentally I can read like 10 times faster than this. Oh my gosh. You bored? Come on, reply. I thought you were fighting or looking for a fight. Speaking of which, where are you? Haven't seen you in days. Give me the reply. Let me read it all at once. Holy shit. I hate this. I hate this whenever I do this. Fucking dog shit. What fucking retard reads this fucking slow? What fucking retard reads this fucking slow, dude? Holy shit. It's not even done yet. I have to... Oh. I hate this. I hate this. Hate this. Come on. I know about the wine and flowers and stuff. Ritual. Yeah, they're dating. Yeah, it's a date. Move on. Move on. Move on, please. That's why I hate audiobooks. By the way, I'm going with small rant. I hate audiobooks. Audiobooks are so fucking slow. How can you guys handle audiobooks? I want to read the actual text.
You can just put it on 2x.
I know. Audiobooks, I can't stand it, dude. I can't stand audiobooks. I can't stand any of them.
There's a speed option on audiobooks, you know?
It drives me crazy. Going through all this for the additional lore. But the good thing about lore is that you get to see some cute moments. So like fucking Goliath daddying Murphy. Like this. Yeah, here we go. This is how Goliath is a good dad. I heard Murphy has been in class recently. She ate too many cookies and get comment. Enough got. Did you do that? I saw you kept buying her cakes. I doubt you dare. You don't actually think you're her father, do you? I never expected you to have a fatherly side. How are you about to find a chef? Yeah, he's trying to find a chef for Murphy. Of course, I'll just seize one back. Meddling fool. You try anything with Murphy. Yeah, Goliath just tries to be like an evil bad guy, but he actually cares about Murphy as a dad. He tries to help her escape every now and then from Miriam secretly. But he always put up front like, I'm evil. I beat shit up. But he like actually cherishes Murphy as a dad, as a father figure. But and he tries to spoil her, but he tries to not let it show that. Don't you fucking dare. You fucking dare. Yeah, so he tries to clean up the streets. Yeah, it's kind of weird, and Murphy knows it and is a little bit annoyed about how protective Goliath is. Goliath is actually a better dad than Miriam is as a mom. Goliath is probably like the best dad figure in the entire story, in my opinion. It's hilarious, the Murphy Goliath interactions. I think it was somewhere, it's in one of these or somewhat, where like Goliath like follows her and keeps her safe and like threatens suitors and like baby proofs her. So that's quite good. Quite good. But anyway, that's enough of these streams. I'll see you in a couple of hours. I'm gonna go to the 5 o'clock mass. Maybe I'll go to 6 o'clock mass. So there's two masses. There's like the Vietnamese mass and there's the English mass. I don't know which one we're going to today. Again, I am Catholic. You guys can worship whatever religion you want. You're just wrong. Don't worry. Like the Colbert bit, if you're Hindu, when you're reborn in the next life, you'll be reborn as a Catholic. So I want to talk about faith while I'm waiting for my relatives to get ready. So I admit, if I was born an atheist, I would be an atheist. If I was born a Muslim, I would be a Muslim. If I was born a Jew, I would be a Jew. You know why? Because I doubled down on that religion. Because in my mind, there is no upsides for me to turn away from the church. The church has helped me out so much over the years and decades that I'm just going to be Catholic for life. And the point is that I don't get anything from being an atheist. Okay? It just makes sense to be part of a religion. Even if you don't believe in it, even if you have some doubts, I'm just going to go full hog, follow all the tenets of the religion. I don't eat meat during Lent. I do everything by the book as a Catholic. Because if the afterlife is real, I don't want to get caught with my pants down. If I was born as a Norse, I'll be that too. Because if I become an atheist now, what do I gain out of it? I don't understand people who are atheists. If you're an atheist right now, what the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? There's no like atheist organization that gives you money, gives you job connections. If you're in any religious community, you build the connections, you get job recommendations, you get money, you get friends, you get meat, you get all that connections. It's all upsides to me, dude. It's all upsides. So if I go to church, I know everyone at my local church. I know the businesses. I drum up businesses. Catholics look out for their own. If you're an accountant, I get a lot of clients who just pick me because I'm Catholic. It's windy all the time. If you're an atheist in any job field, stop being an atheist. Join any religion. Become a Muslim, become a Jew, become a Catholic, get into that community, get all the perks. You don't have to go to church all the time. Just say you're a Jew. Just say you're a Muslim. Just say you're a fucking Muslim. Just pretend, motherfucker. What are you, fucking retarded? What are you, fucking retarded? Why are you an atheist? Just pick a religion. Get in. Get all the benefits. You don't have to worship that hard, dude. It's not that hard to be in a relationship. If you don't believe, just don't tell anyone. That's why all those smug atheists on Reddit, in any community, I find them super annoying. Not because they're arguing about my faith, because I'm like, every time I meet an atheist IRL, I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You're missing out on so much. You're missing out on all the benefits. What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you fucking retarded? I am Vietnamese, yes. Mà đã làm như vậy, tao biết nói tiếng Việt. Ít thôi. Tao hiểu nói tiếng Việt á. Mà tao sống ở bên Mỹ á, thì tao nói tiếng Việt rất là dỗm. Giống là em bé. Mà nhiều người Việt Nam nói tao nói tiếng Việt được á. Tao nói tiếng Việt. So yeah, I can speak Vietnamese. I can also speak a couple other languages. I can speak a little bit of Spanish, a little bit of Chinese. I don't make it a point to learn languages, but I get the accent down. Yeah, I just speak a couple languages. Also, I make a lot of money when I started out on my career because I was an accountant for Vietnamese people. Not anymore. I basically do like crypto and stuff now, but Vietnamese people pick Vietnamese people. I'm in a Vietnamese community. I make money. Anyone who's Vietnamese American, if you're not in a Vietnamese community, if you're not going to church, you're missing out on so much money. There's so many connections you can make in a Vietnamese community. You can get hired right out of college. Right out of college, any job you want. Vietnamese community, very strong in Florida. Very strong. Catholic community, very strong. I double dip, motherfucker. I double dip. I take advantage. I take advantage of all of my communities. Yeah. I take advantage of all the stuff. So there is no downsides to being any. Embrace your heritage. Embrace religion. It's not that hard. Go to church every now and then. Connect. You get free stuff. You get donation drives. You find jobs. Even when I was little. By the way, I grew up poor. All my scholarships going to college and high school. I went to a private high school because I got a scholarship. I got a faith-based scholarship. Going to high school. I got faith-based scholarships to go to college. It paid for free college, motherfucker. If you are a fucking teenage atheist, stop it. You're not being edgy, you're just being dumb. Pick a religion, join it. Apply for the religious scholarships. There is no such thing as an atheist scholarship that pays well. There's no such thing as an atheist scholarship. I will shit on atheists all fucking day. Not because they're wrong, not because they don't believe in my God. It's because they're not getting the full benefits of life. They're just ranting and thinking they're better than everyone, and they're losing all the upsides. Why would you make your life harder? What are you, retarded? That is my argument against atheists. Why? Just pretend. I have nothing against Muslims. I have nothing against Protestants. I have nothing against Jews. All of us are running a scam. We're benefiting from our religious community. You know I'm right. You're making more money because you followed that religion. At least in America, we get more perks and benefits than if we didn't have a religion. Yeah. You don't have to pay for church if you're Catholic. Donation is optional, motherfucker. Donation's optional, motherfucker. You don't have to pay. Join a different church. Easy. Join a different church. Lie. You can pay church so priests can be riding around there. Yeah, those are just the prices. I'm Catholic. We don't need to donate that much. I just volunteer. I pick up people. Attend your church house. Yeah, you just join a different religion. I don't understand, but they're religious fanatics. Go pick a different one. It's not like anyone will reject you. Every religion wants more members. Oh, this is delicious. Every religion wants more members. Oh my gosh, this is the greatest snack I have in my life. So I'm eating snacks right now while waiting. It's no different. Yeah, there's a big Vietnamese community over here. My dad died. Yep. Well, I was raised by a single mom. My dad like beat me and almost drowned me as a kid. Don't worry about it. I don't remember him almost drowning me. I don't remember my dad almost drowning me. I was like a year or less old. But I was raised by a single mom. So I can't swim. Yeah, everyone has an interesting life story if you're Vietnamese. I know that a lot of people have like interesting. I have a somewhat interesting life story, but so does like the rest of my family members. So does every Vietnamese person I met because Vietnam War and stuff. But my family members are part of the boat people. You know the boat people came over here in boats. Yeah, mom was one of them. My grandpa fought for the Americans. I lost a lot of family members in the fall of Saigon. Yeah. If you're not Christian, you turn into an outcast. Good. Pick a religion. Pick one. That's why I can't hate on Scientology too much, because it makes sense. Join a big group. And it will help you out in life more. My best friend going up was via Southeast Texas there. I've been to Texas a few times. I have relatives in Texas. I have relatives everywhere. So, I have a really big family. I mention it a lot, but I have a huge family. How huge is my family? My grandma had 12 kids. Has like 12 kids. My grandma had 12 kids. So, 5 of them went to America. The rest are scattered around the world. And every one of those kids, besides my mom, has like 3 to 5 kids of their own. So my family is fucking huge. It's fucking huge. Yeah. My grandma had 12 fucking kids. Again, this was back then. Yeah. So my uncle died. You know about the funeral. So, I'm now the oldest. I'm young. I'm extremely young. I'm the youngest. I'm mid-20s, maybe even 19. But right now, I am the oldest male member of my family in America since my uncle died. So I'm now the patriarch, and I do everyone's taxes, and I vote for everyone. It's quite a sweet gig because I handle everyone's finances, and I vote for everyone. So my vote counts more. Because most of them don't speak English or don't care about politics. So I get like almost 20 votes every election. Because they just let me fill out their like voting forms. So that's quite nice. That's quite nice. But yeah, I'm now like the male patriarch of the family here, and the only one that can speak English very, very, very well. I'm young. Don't make a thing on my age. Mid-20s. I already told you my age. Mid-20s, maybe even 19. Maybe even 19. Okay? So yeah, it's quite nice. I've been voting for my family since I was like 12. Since I was like 12. They're just asking me like, hey, should we vote for it? Yeah, you should vote for this guy. Yeah. Because they don't speak English very well, so they like own nail salons or restaurants. They own nail salons or restaurants. I'm not that old, dude. I'm like mid-20s, maybe 19 years old. I'm very young. I'm the youngest person you ever met. I'm not old. I'm young. So, it's quite nice. But over here in America, I'm trying to count in my head. It's a lot. Because it's not only in Florida. I have relatives in Texas, Oregon, California, and Kentucky. Yeah. Let me try to count how many relatives I have here. Okay. So we have Jin's family. Go, Jin. So we have 3 plus 2. Okay, 5, 4. Then we have... Okay, we have like 11 people in Florida. Yeah, we have 11 people in Florida. I have 6 or 7. I think someone just got a new baby. I think someone got a new baby. I think it was like... I think it was 6 or 7. It depends on if they had a new baby. I don't remember. So 6 or 7 in Texas. And then I have like... Oh, shit ton in California. It's like 2 families in California. And they all have like a lot of kids. I think it's like 15 or 14. California. 2 in Kentucky. Kentucky has the least. Oregon, we have... I think it was a family of 7 or 8. Yeah, I have a lot of relatives. A lot of relatives in America. And in Austria, I have 5. Austria, I have 5 relatives there. Australia, I have an uncle there. In the UK, I have just 1 family. It's a family of like 3. And then in Vietnam, we have the stragglers. So it's a very big Vietnamese family. Very, very, very big. Very big. Very big. He knows too many old things. I don't know them. I just like old things. Have you ever heard about that? We were poor. I just like old things, like Sega and stuff. Players pushes 40s to us. I'm not pushing 40. I'm mid-20s, maybe 19. Maybe 19. Okay. Yeah, I know what the young kids are like. I try to prove that I'm young right now. Rad. I'm very rad. I wheezed the juice. Let's see. I went to arcades. I went to roller skating as a kid. Went to malls as a kid. Kids still go to malls now, right? What if I could, quiz me something only young people would know. Chat. Quiz me something only young people would know, and I'll answer it. I will prove that I'm young. I will prove that I'm young. Okay, ask me any questions about my childhood, and I swear on the Bible, because I'm Catholic, that I'll answer it truthfully as best I can about my childhood. I'll prove I'm young. I'll prove I'm young. Ask me questions, chat, while I'm waiting. Thought you were around 30. I'm way younger than 30. I'm mid-20s, maybe 19. Not American, so I can't participate. That's right. I'm young. I know more than you. I'm just very young. Teens have been roller skating in years. Dude, there has to be teens roller skating. Let me look this up. Let me look this up. Roller skating is 100% still a thing. I remember going it when I was like fucking... Like, you know what I'm talking about, right, chat? DBC. Oh, well, we watched Dragon Ball first. And Yu Yu Hakusho. So, I watched DBC and stuff. Let's see. I was watching Yu Yu Hakusho when I was like a teen. Back on Toonami and stuff. But there's also other stuff. So, and Gundam. My mom watched Astro Boy when she was growing up. Facts that you had to look up. Let's see. Skating rink. Skating rink, it's roller skating. It was roller skating in Florida. Okay. Who lives in Florida? Florida. Roller skating was very big for many years. Cherry Lady. Sorry. Never heard of it. No. Okay. I'll pull up a hit song that most of you guys should know that was very hit. There's a hit song when I was growing up that was always playing in these skating rinks. You guys recognize this song, right? Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, I cannot explain. Every time it's the same. Oh, I feel that it's real. My heart. I've been lonely too long.
Yeah?
Oh,
Cherry Lady. That's how young I am. This was playing like every fucking skating rink, every fucking mall. It was fucking nightmare. But I actually grew to love this fucking song. Cherry Lady. Brings like emotion. Listen to your heart. Listen to your heart. Cherry Lady. Come on. See? I was like, yeah, Cherry Lady. Hit song when I was growing up. So there's also the arcades back then. You remember the arcades back then? Where the one coin trick? I love playing at the arcades. After high school, me and friends would go to the mall every fucking day and we'd just hang out. We'd just hang out at the mall. We'd just go to the arcades in the mall. And the malls had the arcades inside. It was just like piss off time. And you remember working at the retail stores in the mall? Like, there's also like Hot Topic and Abercrombie and Finch. Those are big. Oh yeah, Hot Topic. Kids still shop there, right? Hot Topic. Let me see. Hot Topic. It's still fashionable, right? I think I saw a Hot Topic recently. Hot Topic. You guys wear clothes at Hot Topic? What was it came out? Yeah, Hot Topic's still a thing. Growing up, everyone was wearing it. Working on Hot Topic. Very young. So, what else do I remember from my childhood? Rhino games. So we didn't have garbage GameStop. We had Rhino video games. So what was it made? Nah, look, what it was close. Don't listen to the year up top. I remember going here every day. Rhino video games in Florida. Video games. We didn't have GameStop back then. Rhino video games. Yeah, Rhino. Badass. You get like all the latest Sega games, like the Nintendo 64, Sega Genesis. Yeah. Oh man, this is a blast from the past. I really wish they didn't. I like Rhino so much better than GameStop, even though I haven't shopped in decades. Yeah, LAN parties. Shut the fuck up, hero. Shut the fuck up, hero. Remember LAN parties? Halo 1, Halo 2 LAN parties. The Ogre Brothers. Okay, I know esports bros. The Ogre Brothers in Halo. You guys play Halo. The Ogre Brothers. Yeah, the Ogre Brothers. The best gamers. My idols when I was growing up. Professional Halo gamers. You guys remember that, right? Before Faker, there was the Ogre Brothers. Everyone knew who they were. Ring any bells? How old are they now? Okay, this is fake news. Don't read this. So the Ogre Brothers were very young, and they were my heroes. Okay? They were badass. Everyone was talking about the Ogre Brothers back then. But yeah. Okay, my family's ready. I'm gonna go. I'll see you in a couple of hours for D-Tide. I'm young, mid-20s, maybe even 19.